throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, one of our listeners was asking, is I-85 reopened yet? Right there at the Virginia-North Carolina border. And I believe the answer to that question is yes. I'm looking at from WRAL.com there. Yeah, the northbound lanes of 85 were closed. It says were closed for hours Wednesday after a truck carrying a 10,000-gallon propane tank overturned there. So again, by simply the wording, and this was about 10 hours ago, so it was closed for hours. Just based on that, I presume it is back up and running at this point in time. I think at one point, they had both directions, north and southbound, shut down, with concerns about that overturned propane tanker. A situation like that
wasn't me.
It could be an ugly thing.
It wasn't me.
I see it wasn't you, yes.
It wasn't me. They usually put up a little bit of an evacuation area, and depending on what they have to do, depending on whether it's loaded or empty, if they have to offload it and all the whole scenario. And or if they have a leak, you got to be careful of downhill and downwind, because propane is heavier than air, so it wants to go to the lowest point. It goes down into the ditches, it goes down in the storm drains, and all those other good things. But hey, Ranger was saying something about the Ukrainian people, maybe refugees coming here, and for their sake, I certainly hope not. I mean, what would you give them? Would you give them 2 generations? Do you think they'd make it 2 generations and they'd be sitting in some adoptive home down in the basement, waiting for their EBT card to be refilled, playing video games and eating Cheetos? I mean, how long would it take us to destroy a good people in this country?
Yeah, right.
Just what where we're at right now. I mean, they're probably better people than we are at this point. I mean, you look around the countryside, and I don't know, maybe I'm taking too negative a look here, but anyways, I hope the best for them, but I hope that they have success wherever they end up.
Yeah.
Not end up somewhere that they just end up on a government system. So, anyways, Kyle wasn't saying that the YouTube wasn't working there, not on the. He wanted me to get a hold of him, and I said, "Hey, can you give me your cell phone number?" And he's like, "Yeah, not on YouTube."
I wonder why, right? Okay. Yeah.
I figured if it was in the comments there, you might end up just reading it on the air.
Yeah,
Give
right.
everybody his cell phone number there.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So anyways, but that was kind of funny there. But so anyways, there I'm flipping through one of the TikTok videos going on there, and there's this chick there, and she's got this whole thing that she's all about and everything, and right in the middle of it, great big word, she says she's for nationalism. Now, what do you think somebody that's spending their time making TikTok videos is going to be supportive to nationalism. What's her contribution to nationalism going to be?
Wow.
I mean, now me as a truck driver, paying what, $5.25 to $5.50 a gallon for fuel. Now am I supposed to donate all my earnings to nationalism and then they give me money back to buy the fuel to put in my truck? How does that work, Your Honor? I mean, how is it somebody sitting there making TikTok videos is supposed to have the same life as the rest of us out here actually working, and actually providing for society? I mean, how does nationalism really work there? Can you answer any of that? Is there an answer to that?
There's several types of nationalism. Is there not?
I guess it depends on what level you believe it should be at. I mean, I don't know. I guess the people that just like to, as I say, sit home in their mother's basements, eating Cheetos, playing video games, expect everything just to be given, their Cheetos and video games to be given to them, and then have a warm place to stay while everybody else out there makes that happen for them, I guess. But anyways, hey, speaking of video games, did you hear the Russian people are now not going to be able to get Xboxes and PlayStations?
How about that? Yeah, the poor kids over there. That's got to be heartbreaking for them.
I mean, that's about the last thing I would have thought that they would have been having. I mean, you think of Russia in that, you think it's a little bit of a harder country to live in that. I don't know. Xboxes and video games would be about the last thing I don't know. Do they keep you warm in Siberia in the middle of winter when it's like 85 below zero?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know.
I was just seeing earlier that I guess the next big hit in this war is the forecast there. I guess for much of the Ukraine is a very, very bitterly like 20 below zero sort of outbreak temperature wise. Now think of how many people do not have power there, and that's going to be bad. I mean, it's already a humanitarian crisis, but people are going to be freezing to death. 20 below zero with no heat. Hey, hold that thought right there because we've hit the top of the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Pentagon is rejecting a Polish plan to provide Ukraine with MiG fighter jets by transferring them through a U.S. base in Germany. The Pentagon said Ukraine has greater needs and that a U.S. intelligence assessment says such an aircraft transfer would pose high risk of escalating the war. U.S. officials said they're pursuing other options like air defense and anti-armor weapons. Here at home, Senator Marsha Blackburn told Newsmax the U.S. needs an Operation Warp Speed for American energy to boost production.
We need to be uncapping wells in Florida and Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma. We need to be putting that into our supply chain.
As of Wednesday morning, AAA reported gas prices nationwide hit $4.25 per gallon. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
It's a swing and a miss for Major League Baseball. Tim Knight explains.
Major League Baseball is postponing 2 more weeks of regular season games. In a statement released by the league, it was announced opening day is moving to at least April 14th after talks on Wednesday stalled. The MLB Players Association rejecting 3 offers on an international draft resolution, which became the latest issue in negotiations.
The U.S. House is moving toward approving a massive spending bill anchored by $13.6 billion for battered Ukraine and its European allies. The money covers the U.S. costs of sending troops and weapons to Eastern Europe and equipping allied forces. The money is part of a $1.5 trillion bill financing federal agencies for the rest of this year. And truckers in D.C. say they'll continue driving around until lawmakers meet with them over lifting the COVID-19 state of emergency. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel. Frontier gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A patient who underwent a transplant surgery and received the heart from a genetically modified pig earlier this year has died. Reporter John Hunt has the story.
David Bennett, who received a pig heart in January in place of his own failing one, has passed away. It's not clear yet what precisely caused Bennett's death, according to the University of Maryland's Medical Center, where he received the transplant on January 7th and had been recovering since. His condition began deteriorating over the last few days. Bennett was the first patient to ever receive an animal organ genetically modified to prevent rejection in a person. The investigative surgery, though it only added just over 2 months to Bennett's life, informed the field of xenotransplantation, which hopes to solve the human organ shortage. Reporting for USA Radio News and the proud recipient of a human heart transplant, I'm John Hunt.
In Washington, the Senate passed legislation designed to put the U.S. Postal Service on stronger financial footing and avoid a government bailout. It also repealed a requirement that it pre-fund retiree health benefits. The measure will go to President Biden's desk for his signature. The Minneapolis teachers' strike entered its second day on Wednesday as union and district negotiators met for 90 minutes. Union leaders are demanding higher starting salaries for educational support professionals, competitive salaries, and class size caps. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
According to the reports, by the way, welcome back, hour number 2. The exodus of international companies shunning or exiting Russia. So the game maker Sony is on the list. This past day, Nestle Brands, that's the world's biggest packaged foods group. Philip Morris also joining Sony, trying to put pressure on Russia. You got Mondelez International that followed actions by Procter & Gamble, Unilever, halting investments in Russia. just the 4 latest companies to join the pullback. But will continue providing essentials, they say. Got to maintain the continuity of the Russian food supply. Similarly, while cigarette maker Imperial Brands suspended operations in Russia, their rival Philip Morris, all they said was they're going to scale down manufacturing. And Camel maker British American Tobacco said their business in Russia continues to operate, although they have suspended any capital investment in the country. There's Sony, whose movie studio had already stopped releasing movies in Russia, said the PlayStation game unit will stop shipments and stop operations in Russia. I mean, there's a lot of businesses that are having a difficult time even working in Russia because the sanctions that are in place, the lack of shipping, then you got pressure from consumers and investors. Without blaming the Russian government for attacking Ukraine, the heavy equipment maker Deere and Company said they're deeply saddened by the escalation of events. We have ended shipments to Russia. That was 2 weeks ago. And subsequently to Moscow-aligned Belarus. Said we're going to follow the U.S. and international sanctions. Caterpillar said they were suspending business as supply chain disruptions and sanctions make business difficult. 3M then followed suit after reassessing their business in Russia. Still, pressure in the West is building. Hotel companies like Hilton Worldwide Holdings and Hyatt Hotels say they would suspend development in Russia. Of course, a couple of days ago, you had Coca-Cola that joined, McDonald's and PepsiCo. The sportswear maker Adidas quantified the cost of scaling back their operation. They're going to take a hit to sales like 250 million euros. Yum Brands, the parent of KFC, pausing investments in Russia. And the list goes on and on. Meanwhile, back to your calls here. Who's next up? Is that Gilligan by chance? Or who we got? I'm not sure.
No, it's Grump.
Oh, Grump. It says the girl. The girl.
The girl.
All right, so you said the Grump. All right. Hello, girl. What's up?
Oh, boy. yeah, I feel like it sometimes. Yeah, it's amazing how they're spinning this at the White House. This whole fuel prices and every damn thing like it's it's just strictly Russian. And Steve, I don't understand how many stupid people they are in this country, but there's a lot of them that are actually believing that crap, and they're too damn dumb to get on the Department of Energy's website and look it up and see that domestic production's down 16% in the United States. That's suspensions of permits and just a lot of shuttering a lot of wells and things like that. And then you got these other idiots that are sitting there going, well, the oil companies are trying to do what they can. Yeah, they are. They're trying to get more wheelbarrows to roll their damn money to the bank. They don't. If anybody is dumb enough to actually believe that the oil companies, actually won't lower prices, they're idiots. And it just, I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's, the more you think about some of the mentality of the folks out here that's listening to this crap coming out of the White House and then, touting the fact that, well, I think Joe Biden's doing a pretty good job, on his, the way he's handling the Ukraine. Really? I mean, honest to God, take a damn good look at what's going on in the Ukraine. There's hardly any buildings left standing. They're knocking them down right and left. And, when you got 2.5 million people that's fled that country already?
Yeah.
It's what kind of good job has Joe Biden done? Now, I understand the fact that we can't just jump in the middle of something like this. But usually on every war, and I've been, when I was in northern Iraq, right right off the bat, we seen the International Red Cross in there by the groves. I mean, them people were providing heaters and, warm-up tents and things like that. I mean, for thousands of people, when the Kurds were evacuating to the north because they figured that, they were going to be slaughtered by Saddam Hussein, especially after Bill Clinton failed to arm them so that they go back down south and kick the snot out of Saddam Hussein. But anyway, it's, this whole thing is just, I think the scariest part about it is all the saber rattling and everything. And Putin is, this guy's off his damn rocker, because I honestly think that, he would probably use some kind of a tactical nuclear weapon, maybe a low yield or something like that. But he, and even if he stokes up his ICBMs, like he's talking, that it would be a response that no one under, the sun would ever believe, I mean, he would provide his own little shock and awe to the United States, is basically what he was talking about. We got a lot of nukes over in that area. I mean, we got a lot of weapon systems over there. And it's, that ought to be enough right there to say, look, knock it off. I mean, seriously, but it just don't seem like anything is sinking in this man's head. And you got Biden, that idiot. I don't think he's had a lucid moment in forever. And you got Kamala Harris running over there with her, her diplomat negotiation kit, which consists of fur-lined damn knee pads and a helmet with handlebars on it. That woman, why in the hell would anybody want to send that moron anywhere other than to go get coffee for somebody? I mean, she'd probably screw that up. If you can't keep people in your own house, you can't keep people from walking off because you're such a jackass to them, what the hell does they think, is going to happen when she goes over there? I mean, her negotiating skills, my God, I mean, if it's any consolation or any comfort to people, thinking that she's somewhat knowledgeable about current affairs and things like that, guess again. Hell, look at the debates, when they were going through the election. Tulsi Gabbard handed her ass every time they got together. And it was, why in the hell Biden had to pick this clown, I have absolutely no. Well, why did America have to pick Biden?
Yeah.
Let's just go there. I mean, there was a hell of a lot more people that were a little more qualified than this 50-year wonder that can barely spell his own damn name. And now look what we got going on. It's just, it would not surprise me if this did not escalate into a World War III before it's over. And China, yeah, it is a scary picture that China is, teaming up with Russia in many respects. But you also look at the military size of China, the readiness factor that they have. You got Japan, you got South Korea right there. And both of them are very capable of jumping. If something was to happen where they had to jump in, weapon systems that is only unique to them, and China knows it. And it's I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it just seems like every damn thing just turns south all at once. It's fuel prices are over $6 a gallon now. Yeah. And that's something else that gets me. You had that moron that was on XM. They finally booted his stupid ass off. But he was, I'd love to see fuel prices get up over $10 a gallon. You imagine what your fuel surcharge would be? You'd be making money hand over fist. What a dumbass. Like people can afford, that pass on. The American people is the ones that's got to put the bill for that. Yeah. And how many of these companies, these shippers, Steve, that are going to go, look, we're not selling goods and, or product. We're not paying that damn high fuel price. We're not going to foot the bill for that surcharge. I look for people to come up with that here before long and just say, look, we're cutting it off, fellas. This is all you're getting. If fuel prices keeps going on north, well, then park your trucks. Hell, we're going to have to close some doors on the stores. So it's, we're coming into planting season here pretty soon. That's something else. how high is grocery prices and grain prices and everything else going to shoot up to because of fuel costs that farmers have to foot the bill for when trying to get crops out? It's, I was in that industry for a long time pulling a hopper. Hell, I hit the fields and all corn and beans and, anything at all that Milo, it didn't matter. But, you sit there and you watch the prices go up and down on things. And it's a lot like the fuel industry, the petroleum. There's never been a more manipulated field than this. For people to say it's all supply and demand. Well, it is. It's how much they want to supply for our demand. It's not whether or not that there's a shortage here or there. It's how many times has a hurricane blew into the Gulf? They say, well, we got to shut everything down. Fuel prices fly through the roof. It's I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's just, I believe in the free market system, but there is so much of it that is so damn corrupt, so crooked that can be manipulated just by one congressman's big damn dumbass mouth opening it and saying the wrong thing. And I look at my, the stock prices that I have every day, individual stocks. Hell, I've got everything frozen right now. I think that's a safe bet for idiot being in the White House right now is just to put everything on hold and hope that this moron don't screw things up so bad that you're not, you won't be able to retire. But I don't know, man. It's fuel prices are going up. Fuel today, 155 gallons cost me $854. So, it's just, I don't know, Steve. I think it's about time to start tightening the belts and hope for the best.
That's about all we can do, and just hope the next shoe doesn't drop. They did confirm this past day that Russia has been using, what do they call them, these thermobaric bombs. Yeah, I mean, under what they call the laws of war, do you realize there's actually rules of war? I mean, war is war, right? That's the way I always thought about it. But these weapons, these thermobarics, I guess you are allowed to use them against the military forces, the uniformed military, but it's against international law, whatever, to use them on civilian populations. I mean, it's war. Does Vladimir Putin care anything about what they so-call rules of engagement? Yeah. I mean, confirming this past day that he bombed like a children's hospital. And it appears one of those thermobaric bombs may have been used on that facility. A children's hospital? All right, quick timeout. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an email from Vic this past day. Haven't heard from Vic in a few days, but he's out there listening in. Steve, the last time Russia was sanctioned to effect a military victories was in the 1920s, the Red-White War. Nations refused to sell wheat to Red Russia. America bought a lot of cheap war, starting the farm depression that led to the Smoot-Hawley tariffs for wheat, which were later applied to industrial goods, partially responsible for a worldwide depression. That led to a lot of communist labor activities in America. The Teamsters Union, early on, was ran by communists. Jimmy Hoffa rid the Teamsters of communists. Now, if you see any of the congressional hearings where Bobby Kennedy accuses Hoffa of being communist, that's why Hoffa reacted the way he did. Today, while people are noting how small the Russian economy is compared to the likes of China and others, the fact that Russia has critical commodities in food and energy that the world needs, for a number of reasons, I think it was foolish for Putin to invade Ukraine. But at the end of the Cold War, during the discussions about Germany reunification, the discussion centered on whether Germany would join the West or East. The USSR at the time was assured that NATO would not expand its influence. There was no formal agreement. That's been a sore point for Russia ever since. Russia is surrounded by NATO countries, and Ukraine would kind of actually complete that encirclement. Putin must have felt that there was some long-term plan harmful to Russia. As seen, NATO is reluctant to involve itself military, hoping that sanctions will work. As we see by oil prices, they will do a lot of harm to many countries. Then there will be a realignment of nations. I can't envision a more peaceful world when that ultimately happens. World trade will be disrupted, resulting in a lot of volatility and instability. So I really have to wonder what the constant drumbeat about Ukraine joining NATO and the European Union was all about. A quieting of the rhetoric would have been better than this. Only thing I can suspect is that Biden did not want to appear weak a second time on Ukraine. Even now, the U.S. trying to figure a way for foreign countries to fly American planes to attack Russian assets in Ukraine, rather than telling Putin to withdraw, or the U.S. will actively intervene. On that front, of course, this past day, the U.S. is actually closing the door on combat aircraft. Remember that Ukraine's president said, we don't need your boots on the ground. We don't need your pilots in the air. Just give us some planes. We'll fly them. We've got the pilots. Give us the weapons to fight back. The deal was, I guess, Poland had agreed to offer some MiG-29 fighter jets, and their plan was we'll send them to a U.S. base in Germany, and then they'll go into Ukraine. John Kirby, the Pentagon spokesman, says, no, it's too high of a risk. the transfer would change little for Ukraine relative to Russia's capabilities. And he said the U.S. support is going to be supplying other types of weapons. The intelligence community, he says, that the transfer of MiG-29s to Ukraine would be possibly mistaken as escalatory, could result in significant Russian reaction that would increase the prospects of a military escalation with NATO. Therefore, we've determined it is a high risk. Now, he didn't offer any details on what specifically drove the U.S. intelligence assessment. Yeah, we're looking to speed weapons deliveries to Ukraine, but they kind of shuddered on Tuesday at the prospect of flying combat aircraft from NATO territory actually into the war zone. Because that would be, what, an escalation? Now, High Tech, you talked about that. What you said, I told you so. Hey there.
Yeah, I believe it was what? A few days after it first started there. I said it'll all start out with a limited no-fly zone, just close to the border. And here they are in the Pentagon talking about, we just need a limited no-fly zone. That's what I said. Yep, that sounds about right, going right along with it. Hey, can you do sound effects on your audio thing?
Yeah, like what?
Well, I don't know. I think you ought to bring back the dynamite.
I've been talking about that forever and a day. Yeah, I do need to bring that back.
Yeah, I mean, at least we know when we're being hung up on. But yeah, I thought it was kind of strange there, and all those companies saying they're pulling out of Russia, like Sony and all them others. If you remember, do you remember they cut Russia off the SWIFT thing where they electronically transfer money?
Right.
Right. Well, all those companies, if they can't get paid for any of their products, of course they're going to quit shipping them to Russia. So they're not doing any big patriotic thing. They just, Russia can't pay us for our stuff, so we're not going to ship it to them. It's all a big money thing there. They're not doing anything patriotic. They may be using that as a disguise, kind of like Biden is using Putin as a excuse for all the high oil prices. It's just another excuse. Or, don't get me wrong, some of it is because of the war, but the prices were going up before the war.
Absolutely.
So it's an excuse for everything to get worse. And I watched Saki, redheaded girl. She was talking about they got all these permits and stuff. And I remember that it was the day after that former Vice President Biden took his oath of office, that he went in and immediately signed a bunch of Green New Deal stuff to put an end to the exploration of oil and the Keystone Pipeline. I mean, he just did a big blanket bunch of executive orders. And they don't want to admit it, but that's what's coming around, turning around, biting them in the butt right now, is all that Green New Deal stuff is biting them in the butt, but they want to blame it on something else, of course.
Well, and rather than even admit that is biting them in the butt, they're using it to push more on the Green Deal. They're saying, go buy your electric car. If you don't want to worry about fuel prices, just get your electric car. See, you're saving on the fuel cost and you're saving the planet. Hey, hang in there. We'll get back. I got to get my news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A judge has put his foot down when it comes to the removal of a Navy commander.
A federal judge in Florida has stopped the Navy from removing a commander of a destroyer while he seeks a religious exemption from the vaccine, even though he has allegedly disobeyed the service's rules for coronavirus mitigation. The judge's ruling is part of a case that seeks to be a class action lawsuit on the military's vaccine mandate filed by more than 30 unnamed officers and enlisted personnel from all of the military branches in in November of 2021. Judge Stephen Merriday criticized the Navy's contention that mitigation measures other than vaccination are not as effective as the vaccination itself. From the USA Radio Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards says he's vetoed a new congressional redistricting plan for the state because it lacks a second majority black district. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me get back to the calls here. High Tech, if you can. I know you're here in the U.S. of A. I want to jump to Sylvester because I think he's spending a little bit more per minute calling from the land down under. Hey, Sylvester.
A little bit. Yeah, so did you see what I was posting yesterday about the price of fuel over here, too?
I did see some of the numbers. I mean, have you seen a big increase as well or no?
Oh, yeah, huge.
Huge, okay.
But, so it's not just in America. And the majority of our fuel here comes from, most of it's actually refined in Singapore. Some of it is still refined here. We have 3 refineries here in all of Australia. The majority of it's refined in Singapore. But the oil itself, a big chunk of it comes from the Middle East. Some of it actually it comes from from Australia, but then they send it to Singapore for refining, and then they bring it back, which, isn't that wonderful? You think your EPA is bad. So my question is this: if it's all Joe Biden causing this, why is it happening all over the world? Now, I realize that a big chunk of what's going on is because of overall supply. But when OPEC OPEC countries won't even answer, Joe Biden's call, that speaks volumes. But I guess that was Saudi Arabia that refused to even answer his call. But so it's not just Joe Biden. I mean, it's not, just Putin, sure, but it's not all Joe Biden. Our fuel costs had already gone up. I mean, the last 4 years, when I first moved back over here almost 5 years ago, I was paying $1.15, I think, for diesel. That's per liter. And it's over $2 a liter now. But the real reason I called, first off, the first part of me calling was listening to Horsfed is going on about nationalism. I think he's confusing nationalism and socialism. Nationalism is when you want to concentrate your production, you're all for like America, right? So you want it all to be American, which is cool. Australians are very nationalistic. Russians are very nationalistic. Chinese are very nationalistic. Right. It has nothing to do with the economy. It has everything to do with the way you perceive your own country. You want things to be American. You want things, America to control America, which is all great. That's the way it ought to be. Same thing with Australia, same thing with France, Chile, whatever you want, whatever country. So it has nothing to do with the economic system. I have not seen this TikTok video. This person says she's very nationalistic. That's great. She very likely could have been a Trump supporter because most Trump supporters are very nationalistic. A bit of an update about what's going on in Ukraine. Did you happen to see that link that I posted from Cappy and his analysis of what's been going on in Ukraine?
I don't think I've seen it. No, I don't. Was it like in an email, or was that like on Facebook, or?
It was on another. It was on. I think I posted it on your Facebook page. I may not have, but I did post it in the YouTube stream as well, which of course I said .com for YouTube. But it's a really good analysis of it. Now, everybody's talking about how the Russians are getting bogged down and they are taking losses, blah, blah, blah. But a big part of what you're not seeing is what they're doing and what they're setting up for. They're setting up for a long-term engagement there is what they're doing. And the reason why they're going, quote unquote, slow is because of that. They're setting up their forces, unlike what they did in Chechnya in '94, which was a mess. They're doing it much more like they did in Georgia in, I think it was '99, and Chechnya in 2014. They're setting up, preparing for a long-term engagement and siege and basically occupation. Yes, they are taking losses. In fact, there was a independent group that I belong to that was going through and explaining each one of the verifiable losses, and they are taking a lot of losses. It didn't go into the number of people killed because that's unverifiable, but it was able to talk about the number of Russians, taken as POWs. On top of that, the number of Russian soldiers, airmen, etc., that have been captured and are actually giving details of plans. Some of that you can't believe. Big chunk of it you can believe. I remember back about 2 or 3 years ago, there was a Russian aircraft. It's called an Su-34. It's basically the Sukhoi Su-27 fighter that they've upgraded to be a fighter bomber. It's a beast of an aircraft. Very fast, but still very able to haul a lot of weapons and that, very accurate. But one of them was shot down over Ukraine, and the pilot was, I don't know if you remember this, but there was an Su-34 that was fired upon by, I think it was either a Turkish or an American or an Israeli aircraft. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, it's not ringing a bell.
Oh, gosh. Okay, so anyway, this was in Syria, okay? And anyway, that pilot actually was the one that was piloting the aircraft that was shot down over Ukraine. And they were showing photos of him standing next to Bashar Assad with his gut hanging out just like he was after he was shot down in Ukraine, so he hasn't lost any weight. But be careful what information you look at. There's propaganda on both sides.
Yep.
I'm more happy to listen to the Ukraine propaganda because what's happening is wrong and evil. And I love Vic. Vic, I love a lot of your analysis. But any time that we start justifying why Putin is doing something like this, or even making it some type of moral equivalency, i.e., I think his words were NATO was surrounding Russia.
Mm-hmm.
There's zero reason why they should have ever invaded Ukraine, period. Ukraine is a sovereign nation. As far as quote unquote promises that we made to Russia about NATO, as you said,
no formal agreement.
Vic is the one that said it.
Yep.
There was nothing formal, never. And Ukraine is the one that has actively sought to be part of NATO. It isn't that Joe Biden is going, come on, be part of NATO, because it's been happening since 1992, not since, the last 2 years. On top of that, the thing and the people that have been blocking Their joining of NATO isn't Russia. It's been, I think, Romania and Hungary have both been, who are NATO members. The thing that we need to be more concerned about is not just the thermobarics, but I believe it was Grump that was talking about using low-yield nukes.
Yep.
There are low-yield nukes in theater. The U.S. knows this. We're watching it. And anyone who believes that we don't have strong intel on the ground and that the FSB in Moscow is sadly mistaken. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the Russian KGB are the ones that actually have tipped off us to a number of things that have been going on, so that we've got moles inside the FSB, which, like I say, used to be the KGB. The only reason why Vladimir Zelensky is still alive is because of that. No matter what we do, this is not going to end up well. Eventually, this is just like 1938 and 1939. It's going to happen. We need it, and just like in 1939 and 1940 and 1941, we started ramping up our military before December 7th, 1941. Yes, we were caught off guard by the actual attack, but we were already building ships. We were already building more aircraft, developing new aircraft for the attack. This wasn't something that we were really surprised. If you look at the history of 1939, 1940, it's very similar to what's going on right now. The only problem is back then, there were no nukes. Today, it's a lot worse. Nukes can reach a lot further. They can do a lot more to kill people long term. The thermobaric weapons are horrible. They were invented by the Germans, and I will tell you, if you've seen any of the videos of what happens when those things go off, they should be illegal. They're not illegal, but they should. In fact, we used them, small thermobarics, in Iraq and Afghanistan, but to a much smaller scale. Anyway, I just hope that I'll be able to see my mother. She lives in South Georgia, and there are a number of military bases down there. And if there is a nuclear war, she's not close enough to be killed in the first wave. But if there is a first wave of attacks, I won't be able to talk to her even. I hate that. Anyway, Steve, fantastic show as always, my friend. And again, like I did yesterday, I'm going to make myself another. By the way, that was just homemade lemonade. That wasn't anything special.
But I saw that. I said cheers. Cheers. He was sent me a snapshot of little video where he was sitting there in Australia, held his little drink up with the Steve Sommers overnight drive on his YouTube there. But the thermobarics, Russia has confirmed it has used these strictly regulated thermobaric rockets in the ongoing attack. The Ministry of Defense this past day, this missile is, they say it's one of the deadliest on the modern day battlefield, so much that it is strictly regulated. These rockets, these missiles explode at a much higher temperature than most missiles, and their blasts last longer than conventional weapons. They're fired by the TOS-1A, an armored rocket launcher, which can be used to destroy infrastructure, and due to the heat it produces, it can cause massive damage to internal organs and cause flash burns. Ministry of Defense confirmed that previous footage had shown Moscow was using the TOS-1A against Ukraine, and if Putin was to use this against civilians, it would be illegal. A military expert writing for 1945 said a TOS-1 rocket barrage will wipe out everything within the 200 by 300 meter blast zone. According to Military Today, the TOS-1A was adopted by the Russian Army in 2001, and it is capable of launching the deadly thermobaric missiles. They describe the weapons as very useful weapons for a military that might be going into urban combat with little regard for collateral damage. I think that's pretty much where Russia is today. This, as more and more footage is coming out, Russia is remorseless, attacking Ukrainian cities and the people. President Zelensky tweeted out a video that showed the aftermath of a Russian bombing. It was actually a maternity hospital this past afternoon, I think maternity and children's hospital. Children buried under the rubble. Footage showing the inside of the maternity hospital reduced to rubble. Walls had been blown out, windows shattered. As Russia continues to attack Ukrainian cities but failed to take them or even the capital yet. There's a number of cities, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, Mariupol, that are all surrounded by Russian forces. And those cities are subject to some of the most brutal shelling and missile strikes that are ongoing. All right, welcome back, High Tech. Thanks for hanging in there.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about bombs. That's right up my alley. That thermobaric bomb comes in basically two flavors. One, when I was in the Air Force, we called it a fuel-air explosive. What we called a thermobaric was actually a mixture of magnesium and aluminum, and it was made mostly for bunker busters or anything that you had to, like you were afraid of a biological weapon cache or something like that, because it burned so hot it would destroy any of the chemicals or the biological agents where it went off. Mm-hmm. But the ones that Russia's using is what we used to call a fuel-air explosive. And an example of that happens inside every truck driver's engine. It's when it sprays the fuel in, it atomizes it, and then it explodes. That's a miniature version of a fuel-air explosive. Basically, they drop a 100 or 55-gallon drum of, I'll just use it as an example, gasoline out of a plane. It gets a couple of 100 feet off the ground, and it just springs a lot of little holes in it, and it just spins around real quick, and all that fuel jumps out, just vaporizes the fuel, and when all the fuel is out in the air, then it ignites. Kind of like if you ever had one of them hey y'all moments where you put gas on a fire and then light it and you have
boom.
That boom.
Yep.
Yeah, well, just magnify that by about 10,000 times. That's your fuel-air explosive. So, yeah, it's a pretty nasty bomb, but it's nothing new. We've used it. I don't think we use it on population centers, but I know they used it on the caves. They used the other thermobaric on the caves in Afghanistan because it was made to penetrate, and when it got down in the cave, that mixture of a magnesium and aluminum would just get so hot, it would suck all the oxygen out of the air through the whole tunnel system.
That was my understanding, yeah. So, I mean, if they were way back in the tunnels, the oxygen disappears, then they suffocate.
Yeah, well, that's why when I was in the Air Force, we called the one with magnesium and aluminum, we called that a thermobaric. And what they're talking about on TV right now, we used to call a fuel-air explosive. So, half a dozen, one or the other, either way, you're dead.
Yeah.
So other than that, that's about it. I just thought it was interesting when I seen the news crack out today. It was like, oh, we're talking about limited. We just need a limited no-fly zone. Just there at the border for the people escaping.
All the refugees.
What do they call it? The escape routes or something.
Yep.
The humanitarian corridor. Yeah, limited. So that's just, well. They must have been watching your show when I gave them that idea.
Well, I mean, they've had on two separate occasions now where there was supposed to be a a corridor with like a 10-hour window or something for these, evacuees, refugees, whatever you want to call them, to try to escape through that route. And then they're being fired upon and shelled. So that's what they're talking about. At least that corridor where the refugees are trying to escape, you need to at least protect them, because they are no harm to the Russian military. But hey, quick update, Eskimo Mom, thank you, on the southbound 75, that crash that happened just before the midnight hour in what they call the cut in the hill. On, again, the southbound side, dispatch says a semi that was carrying shampoo crashed, spilling shampoo and other items all over the interstate. Now, this report said 2 northbound lanes are closed and all southbound lanes are shut down. Officers are diverting traffic. They brought a bulldozer in to try to clear up all the debris on the roadway. At this report, no estimate on when the interstate will be reopened. So again, that is Cincinnati, right there at the Ohio-Kentucky line, otherwise known as the Brent Spence Bridge. All right, got about a minute before we hit news update, so hang in there. Inbred Redneck, I believe Pappy's on the line, and so many others. Oil prices, as I mentioned, we actually saw a drop in price. Thanks to, it was the United Arab Emirates, I guess, that steps up to the plate and said they will support pumping more oil into the market, kind of making up for the disruptions of the Russian oil. With that news, Brent Crude Futures dropped $16.84 a barrel, a little over 13%. So it dropped to $111.14. And that's, again, down from like $130, $131. West Texas Intermediate, or U.S. Crude Futures, ended down $15.44 a barrel, down to $108.70. What was the statement here? We favor production increases and will be encouraging OPEC to consider higher production levels, was a tweet by the United Arab Emirates Embassy in Washington. The UAE and Saudi Arabia, the few members of OPEC with spare capacity that could actually step up to the plate. Now, of course, Biden's been calling on oil producers around the world to increase production if they can in this moment of crisis. Let's see, right now we need oil and gas production to rise to meet current demand. Well, we've got plenty of supply available in the ground here. If you actually heard the numbers, you'd probably be astounded. I think I've got that story. Someone sent me this past day. Yeah, maybe if we get a chance, we'll share that with you. Right now, though, news update, and we return on a Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Pentagon is rejecting a Polish plan to provide Ukraine with MiG fighter jets by transferring them through a U.S. base in Germany. The Pentagon said Ukraine has greater needs and that a U.S. intelligence assessment says such an aircraft transfer would pose high risk of escalating the war. U.S. officials said they're pursuing other options like air defense and anti-armor weapons. Here at home, Senator Marsha Blackburn told Newsmax the U.S. needs an Operation Warp Speed for American energy to boost production.
We need to be uncapping wells in Florida and Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma. We need to be putting that into our supply chain.
As of Wednesday morning, AAA reported gas prices nationwide hit $4.25 per gallon. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. but he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
It's a swing and a miss for Major League Baseball. Tim Knight explains.
Major League Baseball is postponing 2 more weeks of regular season games. In a statement released by the league, it was announced opening day is moving to at least April 14th after talks on Wednesday stalled. The MLB Players Association rejecting 3 offers on an international draft resolution, which became the latest issue in negotiations.
The U.S. House is moving toward approving a massive spending bill anchored by $13.6 billion for battered Ukraine and its European allies. The money covers the U.S. costs of sending troops and weapons to Eastern Europe and equipping allied forces. The money is part of a $1.5 trillion bill financing federal agencies for the rest of this year. And truckers in D.C. say they'll continue driving around until lawmakers meet with them over lifting the COVID-19 state of emergency. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel. Frontier gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A patient who underwent a transplant surgery and received the heart from a genetically modified pig earlier this year has died. Reporter John Hunt has the story.
David Bennett, who received a pig heart in January in place of his own failing one, has passed away. It's not clear yet what precisely caused Bennett's death, according to the University of Maryland's Medical Center, where he received the transplant on January 7th and had been recovering since. His condition began deteriorating over the last few days. Bennett was the first patient to ever receive an animal organ genetically modified to prevent rejection in a person. The investigative surgery, though it only added just over 2 months to Bennett's life, informed the field of xenotransplantation, which hopes to solve the human organ shortage. Reporting for USA Radio News and the proud recipient of a human heart transplant, I'm John Hunt.
In Washington, the Senate passed legislation designed to put the U.S. Postal Service on stronger financial footing and avoid a government bailout. It also repealed a requirement that it pre-fund retiree health benefits. The measure will go to President Biden's desk for his signature. The Minneapolis teachers' strike entered its second day on Wednesday as union and district negotiators met for 90 minutes. Union leaders are demanding higher starting salaries for educational support professionals, competitive salaries, and class size caps. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF recur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what else in the mix here? Let me jump over back to the email page. with Wheelchair Dave checking in this morning. Hey, Steve, I'm with you as well. Kind of wondering where's Always Moving been and Baby Bear. It was nice hearing from Rhonda last evening. How about Freddie the Freeloader? Also, I believe it was Ryan that's been emailing you some racing report info. Thank you very much to Ryan. And as far as Grump, tell the Grump, that line of Russian tanks, it could be taken out with Hellfires. You don't need the A-10 Warhogs. I do have a question for your good friend Double R. Out of the many drivers that call in, Double R, I'm sure, could write an interesting book on the cars and the people he's delivered them to over the years. I'm just kind of wondering, how many Duesenbergs has he transported over the years? And I'd really be curious, would he be at will to be allowed to share some of those he's delivered them to? All right, Double R, if you're listening when you get a chance, maybe you can answer that question. What's happening this morning, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Things are heating up, my man.
You're telling me, yeah.
Listen, man, Sylvester, man, he brings up some excellent points. I just kind of tend to disagree with. Nobody's would justify Putin's actions, but there's been people in the government that's been warning for years about this NATO encroachment on Russia's borders. You know, how Putin would take that as a threat. I mean, any normal person would think, you know, that we got NATO moving in. I'm just trying to put myself in Putin's mind, you know?
Yeah.
NATO's moving in towards our borders. The justification for what he done? Absolutely not. But over the years, you know, we normal people don't think like Putin. Right? But, hey, man, the last caller, he described these thermobaric bombs to the T. That's really what they are. They're these vapor bombs. They're under pressure, you know. They spew out vapor, and the secondary charge ignites. It's just on a big higher scale. You know, you kill more people for the bang, you know. But like I said last night, Steve, you're dead, man. What's the difference if you take a bullet to the head?
Yeah.
Or get killed by a vapor bomb, Steve? I mean, everybody seems to forget back in World War II, Steve. I mean, look, Germany, England, Tokyo, we firebombed the hell out of Tokyo, Steve. And bad situation, man. Nobody wants war, but man, Steve, I don't, you know, like I said, I didn't get to listen to a whole lot of your show last couple of days. I don't know if you had brought this up or not, but the propaganda is really, really heating up. Did you see that interview with Marco Rubio and Victoria Nuland in that hearing with the Secretary of State, the political affairs hearing? You know what I'm talking about?
I did not. I have not seen that, no.
The media's kind of been keeping it hush-hush, Steve, but you're going to hear about this. Maybe try to Google this. Ukraine came out. Well, Russia actually started coming out first, saying that Ukraine, along with the United States, has a biological lab in Ukraine. As a biolab, and and the U.S. has been helping Ukraine, right?
I touched on biolabs a week or so ago. I mean, U.S. is trying to say they don't exist, right?
Well, that's what happened yesterday in this hearing, Steve. Victoria Nuland came out and said, yes, Ukraine does have a biolab. And she didn't say that we had anything to do with it or financing it or anything like that. She didn't say we had any involvement in it at all. But that's what Russia's saying. That's the propaganda Russia's throwing out there. Now, the propaganda Ukraine's throwing out there, Bongino talked about it today. They're saying, they're trying to draw us in, Steve. So they're saying, listen, Russia's going to, if they end up taking over this city, they're going to end up taking over this bio lab. You don't want that to happen. You better come in here and give us a hand and secure this facility. Things are heating up, Steve. I hope we don't fall for it. There's no way I want American boots in Ukraine.
Yeah.
I got no problem with supplying them with what they need, but there's another thing with these, talking about these jets, Steve. The United States just can't hand over some F-18s to Ukraine, Steve. They can't fly these things. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, I think they're saying what they want. I guess Poland has MiG-29s that they can fly MiGs. Is that right? Or
listen, Steve, even the MiGs, right? I get it. I mean, that's a stretch saying that we would give them F-18s. But even Poland's MiGs or these MiGs from other countries, they got different software in there, Steve. It's not like these Ukrainian pilots are just going to jump in these fighter jets, and have at it. It's going to require some training, and changing the software around. It's not like they're going to get them on Monday and start flying them Tuesday.
Okay.
One other thing I wanted to touch on, I'll let you go. I don't know if you saw this. Man, what is the name of that group that does all these undercover videos?
Project Veritas.
Yes. Well, guess what, Steve? There's a video floating around with the New York Times reporter. I think he's high up. Man, I can't remember his name. I should have wrote this stuff down. Bloomsfield or Bloomsfeld or something. He's on video, Steve, saying that the FBI had tons of informants forcing their way in on the Capitol on January the 6th. He's on tape saying it, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And he said they intentionally left that out of the New York Times. Things that make you go, Remember we were talking about Mr. Eads and them guys, a few months ago? The guy trying to coax everybody, and we got to enter the Capitol. Had him on tape. But according to this New York Times reporter, in his words, there was tons of FBI informants on the grounds.
So these informants had infiltrated some of these, I guess, these groups. Like, the Proud Boys is the one we keep hearing about. They're in the groups. Maybe they know what they're planning, and probably trying to incentivize them or instigate them to, do it. And that's kind of a setup to make Trump look bad, is it not?
Yes, sir. That's the whole point. If they're FBI informants, is the FBI putting them up to this? Did the FBI want this to happen to make Trump look bad?
Yep.
Too many weird questions. Why did Nancy Pelosi refuse the National Guard that Trump offered to give them? So look out for that in the next couple of days. This might start coming out too. So
okay, we'll have to find some other hot news story to bury it.
All right, my man, that's about it. Real quick, had a meeting with the doctors today. Everything's going well. I don't know if I told you the best way I can kind of explain it right now. She's kind of like an old lady with Alzheimer's, but she's coming around. She's doing good. They're looking at an out date for possibly the March 30th, about 3 weeks away. Now that obviously could get extended if need be, but they're talking. She's probably going to need 24/7 care for a while once she gets out here.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, so might have to take some time off of work, I guess. So, but that's the update. All right, my man. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the update, and thanks for everything out there, Peppy. Yeah, Grump brought it up. All right, I'm looking at the actual screenshot. I mean, you got your photograph, Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States, right? And how they have their scripted quote, and Kamala Harris says, quote, "So, Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong." Really? So Grump, I see where you're coming. So we're back in what, kindergarten? Yeah, somebody said, I guess we're back in 5th grade. No, that's more like, that's a kindergarten explanation. It's kind of like how Ernie and Bert would say, "Here's a cup of water, Ernie. That's 1 cup of water." And he brings him another cup. "All right, Ernie, here's another cup of water. That's 2 cups of water. 1 and 1 makes 2. You get the idea? Give me a break." Oh, to the inbred redneck. How we suffering these days?
Oh, buddy, not suffering at all, buddy. It's the end of the world, and I'm not afraid. There's no need to worry unless you ain't prepared. See, the past month, I knew all this Ukraine stuff was going down. I've actually built myself a fallout shelter here on the farm, buddy. And tell you what, been going to the Dollar Tree, stocking up. Got enough mashed potatoes and mechanical separated meat to last 2 years, buddy. So y'all don't worry about me out there. I'm going to be out here restarting civilization when it goes back to the daggone Road Warrior stuff, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, all that. I'm going to gather up 2 of all the animals on the farm, put them in there with me, and the redneck girls and whatnot, and we're going to ride it out, buddy. It's coming. It's the end, buddy. Everybody's scared of Russia, buddy, and I'm going to tell you, there's good reason for them to be. The Russians, except out in like Siberia and a few other little places that they really don't care about, they got all their internet lines and power lines underground, buddy. I seen a video about 4 years ago where a Russian fighter plane flew over a U.S. aircraft carrier, buddy. And they had something in that Russian fighter plane, and whether it be a magnet or whatever, buddy, but I reckon they flipped the switch and the aircraft carrier lost all control, had no electricity, and then once the fighter jet flew off, it regained it, buddy. These Russians have explored this EMP stuff, buddy, working with these magnetic pulses. And we can have every drop of computer in the world in there, but if it ain't lined out and protected right, it's useless. And I don't know if a lot of people remember, but when Putin First day invaded, I think it's the first little press conference about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He told them that nobody else jump in here. I'll unleash a weapon the earth has never seen. Now, don't that sound awful familiar, Steve? I mean, wasn't that what we told the Japanese back in World War II? Stop, or we're going to unleash something you've never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, that's just what I've seen of it. But now, truck drivers, don't fear. Don't fear. When the EMP comes, your truck will be disabled. You're going to be on the side of the road. You're not going to be able to use your cell phone, CB radio. None of them's got CB radios anymore anyway. Nothing. You ain't going to have nothing. You're going to have to get out there and sweat off some of them buffet trimmings and hoof it to the house. So,
you took the words out. I'm going to have to hoof it.
Yeah, buddy. I'm telling you. For them truck drivers in shape, you may think you're going to be okay. Let's say you're 1,000 miles from home. Now, it takes quite a while to walk 1,000 miles, Steve. Especially if there ain't nobody else out there tooling around and no other vehicles. You gonna be bumming rides off the Amish on the back of that buggy, you know? Maybe these Amish cats have it all figured out. They've had it figured out for a long time, buddy. It's a scary thing if you see the world through my eyes. I just put it that way, buddy. But besides that, everything's going great. Loving life. Just cruising around here in my hometown tonight, looking at this and that and whatever, and waiting for the destruction of the earth, buddy. Have you got a butter churn?
A butter churn?
You're gonna need.
I do not have a butter churn. No, I don't have a hand crank ice cream maker either.
Buddy, you're going to need all that stuff. You're going to need rock salt. You're going to need... Buddy, if I was you, I'd find the closest livestock auction that there is. You're going to need 2 of every animal, buddy. You're going to have to do your own Noah's Ark right there in Cincinnati, buddy. I mean, right now, there may be, some city regulations against that, but... I'm telling you, here in about a month, buddy, don't worry about that. Ain't nobody going to be complaining about your cow being in their yard or nothing like that, buddy. The redneck life is the best life, buddy. I tell you what, you got to do it, buddy. You got to get, to all y'all out there, them big payments, you ain't got to worry about them payments no more. It's the end of the world, buddy. I'm sorry, Steve. I don't mean to bring everybody down, but I'm just speaking my mind, buddy. Steve, do you think there's any way they can get your show once the end of the world comes, buddy? You think maybe you can make a Faraday cage, maybe put in like some sort of AM transponder in there or something, buddy, or at least a CB radio with a big amplifier on it or something so we can all get your message every night?
I might need a deeper bunker.
Oh, well, I never thought about that, buddy. You got one right now, or just the basement?
It's just a secret bunker. It ain't a deep bunker.
Oh, Lord, buddy. Oh, Lord. Luckily, I've been around the house there working and whatnot. Seriously. Yeah, I put some of my mining experience and technology to work, buddy. And luckily, I had everything there. Only thing I had to do is go over there back on Harbor Freight and get some tarps to get this underground bunker lined out there, buddy. But besides that, I mean, it's good to go. All you need to be is 3 feet below ground, I reckon, to escape the radiation. So, yeah, I mean, that ain't nothing for a coal miner. I had that figured out in about 10 minutes, buddy. And I could be totally wrong, but at least I had fun at it.
Yeah.
Get to relive the youth, buddy. But I tell you what, I did make a phone call today. And I called over there to one of my favorite old truck stops there. You ain't sponsored by no truck stops or travel centers or nothing like that no more, are you?
Well, not at this juncture, but who we talking about?
Oh, the old 49er there, just up above London there. I think it's Livingston, Kentucky there. Exit 49 on 575. Buddy, they still got diesel fuel for under $5 a gallon. That's what they told me over the phone. Buddy, and nowadays that's like...
That's a bargain.
Yeah, it's a bargain. From what I've been hearing, you know, from all my old buddies and stuff, I ain't seen it under $5 a gallon since yesterday.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you get it under $5, you done something. If it keeps going at the rate it's going, it's going to be $10 by the end of the week, buddy. And the thing gets me, you know. You remember the first Iraq War?
I do.
What'd they call that? Was that Desert Storm or whatever?
I believe, Desert Storm, yeah.
You know, yeah. Well, the thing gets me, you know, they talking about Ukraine not being a member of NATO. They can't go in there and help them and all that sort of stuff. Well, last I checked, I don't think Kuwait's a member of NATO neither. So, what was that all about? You know? All over oil. All of us.
Yeah.
But, Lord, who knows, Steve? It may not be the end of the world, but I'm having fun with it anyway. I fashioned myself a hat from aluminum foil today. You know, it's in some of my preparations there. But, you know, I figured, you know, just in case the EMP could attack my head, that aluminum foil could protect me.
And you might need might need a couple of bigger antennas with that, though. Just keep in mind. You know, so you can receive our communications after the fact. All right, Redneck. It is 844-844-3388 Newsbreak, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A judge has put his foot down when it comes to the removal of a Navy commander.
A federal judge in Florida has stopped the Navy from removing a commander of a destroyer while he seeks a religious exemption from the vaccine, even though he has allegedly disobeyed the service's rules for coronavirus mitigation. The judge's ruling is part of a case that seeks to be a class action lawsuit on the military's vaccine mandate filed by more than 30 unnamed officers and enlisted personnel from all of the military branches in November of 2021. Judge Stephen Merriday criticized the Navy's contention that mitigation measures other than vaccination are not as effective as the vaccination itself. From the USA Radio Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards says he's vetoed a new congressional redistricting plan for the state because it lacks a second majority black district. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, balance of nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple from the email bag. First off, from Joe checking in this morning. So, Steve, I don't know if Gilligan will be checking in or not. I talked to him via Messenger this past day. He's got a bone spur on his heel and took a fall sometime yesterday. Now, I guess we talked to him a couple times last night, so I guess after the show. Got a bad sprain. He'll be off till next Monday night. I told him I'd let you know just in case he's resting and anybody's wondering. I'm sure he'll be glad for all the prayer warriors to keep him and his family in their prayers. All right, thank you for the heads up there. Let's see. Scooter checking in. Scooter said, hey, Steve, the BS is getting pretty deep this morning. Well, you know, what do you expect from a guy by the name of the inbred redneck? Let's see. Hello, Doughboy checking in. That accident there on 75 is actually past the cut in the hill. It's actually at the big curb by the Dixie Highway exit. Did you get the pictures I sent you? Yes, I did. And yeah, there's, stuff all over, spread out all over the interstate there. So I'll assume that's still being worked on. I don't know. I would assume if there's a lot of shampoo on the road and whatnot, they'll probably have to come in and try to clean that up as well. Because that was the report from the local news station, a lot of shampoo. And that'll leave a slippery mess if they don't get it cleaned up, all right? So that's 75 southbound there in northern Kentucky. All right, AccuWeather's expert team of forecasters updating us as we get closer to the weekend. A powerful, far-reaching storm forms at the end of the week. A little bit of everything. Heavy rain, gusty thunderstorms, high winds, snow, and a rapid freeze-up across the eastern third of the country. Confidence is growing for a significant storm. It's going to form along the central Gulf Coast as frigid Arctic air is diving southward out of Canada and collides with the warm, moist air across the south. Then it turns northeastward along the leading edge of that cold air. Forecasters say how far south and east that bitterly cold air is able to plunge. That's going to play a pivotal role in the exact track of the storm. Who sees rain? Who sees snow? Who sees a combination of the two? Now, temperatures are forecast to shoot back up near 70 today in Dallas. But hang on, you'll have heavy rain, some sleet and snow, and your temperatures are only going to be in the 30s by Friday. And the last time Dallas had measurable snow in the month of March was back in 2015. Now, as the storm progresses, taking aim toward the eastern seaboard as we head into the weekend, it is expected to undergo rapid strengthening. That means strong winds. Winds across the entire East Coast will be very gusty Saturday and Saturday night. Power outages could be widespread. 40 to 60 mile per hour winds are forecast from northern Florida all the way up the East Coast to Canada on Saturday. The corridor of the strongest winds is anticipated in North Carolina along the coast or in the mountains and in southern New England. Winds could be 70 to 90 miles per hour. That's hurricane force winds, people. Power outages may be extensive. Tree damage is of concern as well. While there will be a threat for coastal flooding, at least it's going to be during astronomical low tide. Timing-wise, in terms of precipitation in the northeast, the exact timing of the arrival of the colder air will be crucial in determining whether you see heavy snow or maybe rain changing to snow, or possibly even all rain before the cold air arrives. That's all yet to be determined. All right, and there's a zone through the Appalachians, they're saying, that's looking to be, the air's going to be cold enough from the very beginning for pretty much an all snow event. Accumulations from a few inches to maybe a foot or more. And AccuWeather says we could see some areas with 2 feet snowfall totals. Parts of northern Maine and up into eastern portions of Quebec. In that zone, snow is going to come down fast and furious, 1 to 3 inches per hour in some locations. So again, big, I guess weekend travel headaches in parts of the country. Meanwhile, this is supposed to be the weekend where the masses of youngsters, college students, all begin descending on Florida's beaches. It is that time again, spring break. And for the first time in, several years, I guess since 2019, no COVID restrictions. All the popular vacation spots, Cancun, Miami, Pensacola, Fort Lauderdale, South Padre Island, are going to have to deal with observing never-ending crowds of college students looking to have a good time, blasting loud music, and drinking like a fish for the first week of March until April. Starting this Saturday, they say, until March 20th, many public school districts in Florida, as well as several universities, are going to be on vacation. That means an estimated 570,000 students alone in Florida will be on holiday at the same time, not to mention all the teachers and staff who will also have the week off. Last year's spring break saw about 65,000 passengers fly into Tampa Bay International Airport every day during the peak weeks of that. Every day? Now, last year, the spring breakers was dismally low, as few as 1,500 flying in per day versus 65,000. This year, Fort Lauderdale is getting ready by enforcing safety measures they're putting things in place as they wait for the arrival of the spring breakers starting this weekend. Police and fire rescue officials say they've often dubbed Fort Lauderdale as Spring Break Central. They told reporters at a news conference they are anticipating unprecedented levels since the coronavirus pandemic. We absolutely expect at least double, if not triple, what we saw for last year's attendance. The city's already welcoming a good amount of early birds, and we anticipate the arrival of many more partygoers in the next few weeks. Looks like officials are going to be handing out letters when you check into hotels and whatnot to remind them about the rules and the regulations. Some new rules this year include no tents, no coolers, or any other folding furniture that can go into the sand. Live and amplified music is not allowed, while underage drinking as well as public intoxication obviously is prohibited. Electronic and motorized scooters will be banned until further notice, and that will be absolutely and strictly enforced, they tell us. You'll see a noticeable increase in police patrolling around the city so that these rules can be enforced. Fort Lauderdale also has their Bar Watch program in place to check on the safety of spring breakers, which trains the bartenders and other businesses to be on alert for people in distress and watch out for potential sexual assault. There's a new program that will allow volunteers to build up tents on beaches in some of the popular touristic areas, including downtown, to assist heavily intoxicated people or adults who may be in need of medical assistance. These volunteers will also be able to assist those who have lost their friends and maybe not familiar with the area, or maybe no longer have any battery left on their cell phone. And obviously, there's going to be a ton of traffic congestion for the coming weeks. Oh, big times. Is this the right-wing nuts?
Right. Wing nut. Yes.
Right wing nut.
Huh. Right wing nut. Yes. Yes. I have a fifth cousin removed from Lugnut Louis. So, yeah. Part of the same family. Just 5 times removed. Yeah, we'll talk about the current situation we got going on, and before I get to that, I want to talk about what the the American Pigeon was talking about yesterday about this Vladimir Putin guy. That Vladimir Putin, he's absolute nuts. There's no way in the world that this Vladimir Putin ought to be president of anything, much less Vladimir Putin president of Russia. This Vladimir Putin is bad. Why, he was going to a smaller country to invade. The Vladimir Putin ought to be a hero to some, and that Kamala Harris, or whatever her name is, Bill Cosby look-alike when she's smiling, they ought to be best friends. That Vladimir Putin is an absolute nut. He's bad for this country. He's bad for the world. But, that Vladimir Putin, plus he got aerosol bombs. Hell, we used to have those when we had the Aquadet in the can. I'm a smoker of Vladimir Putin cigars. Anyways, yeah, those Vladimir Putin bombs, what do you call them?
Thermobaric.
Sounds like our
yes.
Oh, yeah. Thermal bears. Yes. Something Vladimir Putin probably went ahead and made. I thought we had some of our own out here called the mother of all bombs. Was that Moab?
Moab, yeah.
That's Utah. Yeah, that's Utah, right? Yeah, okay. And then they had that flower cutter, that daisy cutter. Yeah. I thought we already had some of those already. But I guess Vladimir Putin's got it on a much smaller scale, huh? That's too bad. I wonder if Lugnut Louis knows anything about that from Vladimir Putin. Anyways.
So if Vladimir Putin, if Vladimir
Uh,
Putin's a nut, is he any nuttier than the right-wing nut?
No relation.
No relation.
No, I don't. Not at all. I mean, well, you never know. There is a nut somewhere, but no relation as far as I know about. Just me and Lugnut Louis. Yeah, five times removed. Yeah, that's all. But the world needs to watch out for this Vladimir Putin, and they need to be putting that Vlad in jail. That's all I got to say. So I don't know how many times I said Vladimir Putin, but I'm sure someone out there is counting. And they'll let me know what kind of a nut job that Vladimir Putin is, because I really think he's nuttier than, he's nuttier than the squirrels' nuts, and he needs to watch out for the squirrels so they don't go and grab him up and hide away. Pardon me, I got a choke on this Cuban cigar old Vladimir Putin gave me, so I need to let you go.
Okay, well,
y'all have yourselves a good night.
Yeah, right, wing nut. There's a jewel. Hey, let me see here. How ironic. Last evening, early in the program, first hour or so, I was talking about the skyrocketing fuel prices. Recall when I mentioned, for those of you who may not have a locking fuel cap on your truck or even your automobile in this day and age, you might think about getting one. Because recalling back in 2008, last time prices were skyrocketing like this, fuel theft, gasoline theft became big business all over the country. Truckers waking up from a 10-hour break only to find the tanks that were almost full when they laid down are pretty much on empty when they woke up. It was happening everywhere. Lo and behold, AAA this past day says with gas prices skyrocketing, record highs, people are now again resorting to gasoline theft. Fox 11 viewers sharing photos of what happened to a vehicle where a thief drilled a hole in the fuel tank, drained all the gas. AAA said we are seeing a rise in gas siphoning and theft nationwide. And we're now warning car owners how to keep their vehicles safe. This is just a sign of the times, according to AAA. Yeah, thieves looking for ways they can make money, stealing what's becoming an increasingly more expensive and valuable commodity, a.k.a. gasoline. Mona Garcia says she's fed up with the prices. It used to be $60, then it was $70. 2 weeks ago, it was $90. So right now, it's like $100. Filling up her car this week. As she feared, she spent $100 to fill her tank. She said the camera and the floodlight in her driveway she hopes will deter any would-be thieves from taking the gas out of her tank. And it's not just the cost of gas that's high, but if the thieves do drill into your tank, those repairs can top $1,000. Oftentimes, vehicle owners who find themselves victims of this type of gasoline theft, they have to replace the entire gas tank, so it is a costly repair. All right. AAA recommends 3 ways to keep thieves from targeting your gas tank. Obviously, first of all, park your car in your garage if you have one. If you don't have a garage, or when you're out in public, park in a well-lit area with a high traffic volume if possible. Park in a secure location like a fenced-in lot or parking garage. When parking in a garage, find a spot near the exit or elevator, as those areas would have the most visibility and the highest volume of foot traffic, people walking by. If you think your tank may have been tampered with, AAA says you can look for telltale signs, obviously the smell of gasoline, a puddle under your vehicle, or a lit check engine light. If you do have your gas stolen, AAA recommends filing a police report. Contact your insurance agents, see if those repairs would actually be covered, because, again, it could run $1,000 if they've got to replace your tank. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Back to your calls here. Next up and Adam Eagle. Good morning. What's happening? I kind of suspected that might happen. Chevy guy, tell him to wake up.
Oh, that's good. Wake up and go! That was good. That was good. Oh, talk about Fort Lauderdale. I got a little story. It's a little lighthearted, I guess. I love them old movies, especially late 50s, early 60s, you know, the beach movies and stuff, mainly with the cars with the big tail fins and stuff. 1960, there's a movie called Where the Boys Are. Well, I couldn't find it. Finally, I find it. I order it through Walmart, and it comes to, I go in to pick it up with this wonderful old black lady standing there. And she gets the package, and she reads on it, Where the Boys Are. This woman stopped. She started to look at me, and she looked at the package, looked at me, Where the Boys Are. And she looked at me, and I swear she's getting ready to grab the phone. And I go, oh, ma'am, open up the package. It's a movie. And she opened it up. It's got Connie Francis in it. Sings. It's a beach movie, Where the Boys Are. After the title song. But that old woman, bless her heart, man. We need women like that now. That's all
she thought you were looking at some gay porn, right?
Oh, my God, yes. Yes. She was not going to let that DVD out of her possession. Evidence to put me in jail now, and God bless her soul. I mean, that's a warrior right there. The reason I called, it's, you know, I posted something on there about, it's a while back, about 2-3 days ago. There's, 15 minutes into it. No, 30 minutes. CBS and Fox, both of them, nothing on the war that's going on, death and destruction and war crimes, and nothing. So the next day I come in, I've got somebody, and they come on there, because Ukrainians are killing their own people and nobody, and blaming it on the Russians. You know, first, you know me, I want to go ahead and comment on that. I'm thinking, no, because you got to let people think for themselves. Number one, Russia is in their country. And if you remember, they took Crimea, and it's all through Trump. All last 4 years, there was battles going on. When they took Crimea, it was under Barack Obama. And how we were helping them was sending blankets and K-rations. When Trump got into office, we were sending them anti-tank missiles. So that sort of held up Russia, froze them out right there. And then on this situation here, they're attacking. They crossed the line. And about them shooting civilians, the Ukrainian army shooting civilians, maybe so, because you got to realize those eastern towns were friendly to Russia. So there is sort of like a rebellion. I mean, it is you got to be careful on who you pick as friends over there. But but bottom line, Russia is stepping over the line to take these places. And we were, that I understand, we were given the agreement that we were not going to try to impress these people to join NATO. And I don't think that the president of Ukraine didn't even plan on joining the EU until after his country was invaded. So I don't get this. Do you not feel like there's a lot of confusion in our government? All right, now for 2 weeks now we're talking about we're going to send our government's deciding and people high up in our government now. I'm listening to somebody that's in the Biden administration saying that he was telling this reporter no, it's no problem to send these airplanes into Ukraine. And she goes, don't you think that'll escalate the war? And he goes, no. Now, this is in the administration, a man in the administration. And then out of nowhere this morning, the Pentagon serves under the president. The Pentagon says, no, we ain't going to do it. So it sounds like a lot of confusion to me. But what's the difference if you're sending aircraft that, they're going to have to relearn to fly these things, which would take a while. But we're still sending a whole bunch of anti-tank missiles. We're sending them a lot of arms into there. So what is the difference? I don't know where you go with this. I mean, you can't win, you can't lose, because they're all a bunch of, you know what? After listening to what somebody said about sending Kamala Harris over there to school these boys like they're grade schoolers, you know what? The way Putin is acting in this day and age, I'm sorry. That's about right. He needed a 6th grade education. And what they need to do is start posting everything online and showing these Nazis hanging by the neck on a string and saying, this is what happens to people that commit war crimes. Eventually, it's going to come and get you. And I just, other than that, we're good to go. I'm glad to hear the fuel prices have dropped down a little bit. I hear why Saudi Arabia, I've seen that on a news channel. The reason why Saudi Arabia wasn't answering the phone call for Joe Biden is because of the Iran deal and restarting their nuclear program. Saudi Arabia ain't real happy with it, and that's how come they didn't answer the phone. The United Arabs, that's in the Persian Gulf. It's on the Saudi Arabian continent down. So it's close, but I'm glad they're kicking in to fire up the fuel, but we still need it. We still need our oil companies to go to work here. And about these contracts, remember, every time they're talking contracts, I love how an oil company exec said, just because you get oil contracts doesn't mean you're going to make money. You might have to spend millions just to drill to see if there's any oil there. And there's no guarantee there is going to be enough oil there to justify it. So, we need to, Biden's already saying all the high prices is, I've seen him from his own mouth. The high prices is Putin's fault. So this has been a godsend to him. I mean, he's going to use it, and the media is going to let him do it. So
here we
go again.
Justify it. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yes, I see. Undoubtedly, we, the United States, talking with Iran, trying to negotiate a deal with them. And while you've got the United Arab Emirates, they're pretty pissed about that because, the Emirates have been, the U.S. didn't offer any response, a restrained response to recent missile strikes by the Iranian-backed Houthi militants in Yemen, which is, that's against the United Arab Emirates. That they don't want Iran firing their nuclear program back up, which they probably never stopped it to begin with. But hey, with that news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is warning of the potential for Russia to use chemical weapons in Ukraine after Moscow alleged the U.S. is housing biological weapons in Ukrainian territory. Psaki called the claim from Russia preposterous. She also warned it could serve as a pretext for the Russians to deploy chemical weapons in their assault on Ukraine. In Washington, D.C. earlier today,
Hi, Secretary Granholm. Sorry about that. Sorry. Is there any talk about bringing Iran back to the table because of gas prices?
That's the sound of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm seemingly startled by a group of reporters on Wednesday, then walking past them and evading their questions about the rising price of gas. One aide blocked a reporter's camera with a folder. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. but he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Plans to build a rocket launch pad in Georgia are not going to get off the ground.
A Camden County, Georgia plan to build a rocket launch pad for sending satellites into space got rejected by a large number of voters Tuesday in a referendum forced by opponents. They feared the project would pose safety and environmental risks that outweighed any profits. Camden County officials, who spent a decade and $10.3 million pursuing the spaceport, seem determined to push on in court. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Republican National Committee is suing the congressional panel investigating the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, and it's seeking to block its subpoena of an RNC vendor. In the lawsuit, the RNC alleges the House Select Committee's subpoena of its donor information known as Salesforce went overboard with seeking sensitive data. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Student loan debt may be a thing of the past for those who qualify. John Hunt reports.
The Department of Education said that it has so far identified over 100,000 borrowers who are eligible for student debt cancellation due to changes the agency made to the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program back in October. The cancellations for those people are expected to total $6.2 billion in federal student debt relief. Not all of the eligible borrowers have been notified of their debt relief yet. They're being notified on a rolling basis. The announcement marks the latest effort by the Biden administration to make it easier for some borrowers to qualify for loan forgiveness under existing programs, however, still falls short of the president's campaign pledge to support canceling $10,000 each for all of the roughly 43 million people who hold federal student loan debt.
Attorneys for 4 men charged with planning to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer are telling jurors they were swayed by informants and federal agents who targeted them for their anti-government views. The attorneys have portrayed the men as big talkers and wannabes, while one has been characterized as a misfit manipulated by an FBI informant. Prosecutors argue the men planned to kidnap Governor Whitmer over her pandemic restrictions and went well beyond simply talking. And actor Jussie Smollett is returning to a Chicago courtroom for sentencing after a staged attack conviction. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. We cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast, so welcome into a Thursday. Santa Claus, good to have you on the same page with us. I hope your night's going well. So we caught that. This is what Pappy was alluding to earlier. Things get kind of screwy here. Who can you trust? Who can you believe? I mean, I think we all know you really can't believe the Russia propaganda machine. We touched on a report a week or so ago alluding to the U.S. participating with some biological facilities in Ukraine. Testing, research, what sort of pathogens? I don't know. So if I'm understanding the twist here, I guess U.S. authorities are now saying Russia is making these accusations about possible biologicals involving the United States so they could potentially unleash something and then blame it on the United States and their cooperation. That's Russia demanding Wednesday. The U.S. explained to the world why it had supported what Moscow calls a military biological program in Ukraine, involving deadly pathogens, including plague and anthrax. Foreign Ministry spokeswoman demanding transparency from Russia. This is Russia demanding us. Now, the allegation denied by Kiev, and a Pentagon spokesman said it's an absurd accusation. Now, Russia said evidence of the alleged program has been uncovered by Russia during what it calls its special military operation, the invasion. We can already conclude that in Ukrainian biological laboratories in direct proximity to the territory of our country, development of components of biological weapons is being carried out, she says. As she went on to say, Russia had documents showing that the Ukrainian Health Ministry had ordered the destruction of samples, plague, cholera, anthrax, and other pathogens after the invasion began, February 24th. Now, it's not possible to independently confirm the authenticity of any such documents. Now, in response to the allegations, a Pentagon spokesman said that this absurd Russian misinformation is patently false. Ukraine denies any such allegation, but Russia said the alleged program was financed by the Pentagon. We are not talking about peaceful uses or scientific goals. What were you up to there, she says. The U.S. Defense Department and the presidential administration of the U.S. are obliged to officially explain to the global community, officially, not through talking heads, about the programs in Ukraine. We demand details. We demand, and the world awaits. Now, she also said it's not clear if the alleged materials had indeed been destroyed. Have they fallen into the hands of extremists or nationalists? Who's going to provide a guarantee? So, yeah, that's what Pappy meant. Things are getting crazy, no doubt about it. All right, back to the calls here. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I appreciate Sylvester there kind of clearing the air up a little bit there on nationalism and socialism. And I guess maybe, do we need to go back to like isolationism? Isn't that what we had before World War I? Wasn't it like we were all for us and the whole rest of the world could do what they wanted and we were not paying any attention to them? Maybe that's where we need to go. I don't know.
I mean,
just take care of us and not worry about everybody else.
When it comes to the global economy, to be an isolationist kind of shuts your country off from being able to have the benefits of trade with other countries. And I don't know, is that a good thing or a bad right now? I mean, so much dependence on China, we know that's not a good thing. So we need to rely more on our personal, on our own resources versus especially our enemies.
Exactly. Speaking of resources, have you broke down the barrel of oil, where what percentage of the barrel of oil goes to do what? We're talking about fuel and that, but there's a lot of other things that oil has, the production of oil use is made into a lot of products, besides just the little plastic and styrofoams. But, pretty much everything you handle all day long, somehow or another, has some sort of derivative from oil in it. And now what are all these women going to do if when the makeup prices start coming along here? You know what's going to happen by summertime and fall and winter when the makeup prices start reflecting all this price of the barrel of oil being up what it is. And they were reporting yesterday on the news there that the summertime, can you imagine in the summertime, Your Honor, that the airfares are actually going to cost more because the fuel is going to cost more, because the fuel they're buying now is going to cost more, that, because they get it on allocation. So what they're burning now, they bought a long time ago, not a long time ago, but a while back. So what they're getting, with their money they're buying fuel now is going to be the summertime flying. Can you imagine the airlines are actually going to raise their ticket prices so that it's going to cost you more to fly because the fuel costs more?
Absolutely.
I couldn't believe that was a story on the news on the NBC News yesterday. I just couldn't believe that they're actually going to raise their prices for that. But anyway, I don't know, not a whole lot more. I guess the only thing that needs to be covered is how to spot cartoon characters there at the Mid-America Truck Show. And weren't we supposed to do the Monkey Gouger and Maverick and John?
I guess we can. I think we can now assume Gilligan is going to be the guy either on crutches or limping.
Yeah. Well, he's probably going to be dressed up there in like a flannel shirt there, a red flannel shirt with a white cap on, and he's probably going to have a pair of chaps on now, and probably have a little boat that he's riding there, because he's going to have these spurs. He's got these spurs now, so he'll be able to look like a big old cowboy on the boat there. So I don't know. Wonder what Mary Ann's going to look like with him. I don't know. That's going to be kind of interesting. But anyways, yeah. So what we decided, Monkey Gouger was. Now, is he going to have a special arm for the show that we're going to be able to spot him easy, like it could be like a flagpole with an American flag or a hot shot secret flag on it that he could go around waving in the air there. It'd be 15, 20 feet up in the air that we could see it real good.
Well, not 15 or 20 feet in the air, but he does have a very, a pretty, he just got that new arm. It's really cool, dude. Yes, special painted up deal. Yep. You'll be able to see that. All right, the answer to the question, yes. What does a barrel of crude translate into? A barrel, by the way, when it comes to crude, is 42 gallons. When you break it down, typically, for the most part, you're going to get 19.2 gallons of gasoline. That's the primary product of crude. Finished gasoline. Yeah, a blend of crude oil and petroleum liquids. You're going to get 12.3 gallons of diesel out of that barrel. Of course, your trucks and industrial vehicles using diesel fuel and diesel engine generators for backup power for big buildings, right? Yeah, you move on down. Jet fuel, both kerosene jet fuel and naphtha, used in jet aircraft engines. You get about 2.6 gallons out of that barrel. Then you get down to the heavier stuff, the heavy fuel, or I don't know what they call that, bunker fuel that's used in like shipping operations, thicker, less refined, puts out a lot more black carbon. Asphalt to pave your roadways. Yeah, kind of asphalt that binds the stone, the sand, the gravel that we use to make our sidewalks in our roads. Waterproofing material, sealing, insulation products. You only get 1.8 gallons out of a barrel. Then you've got light fuel oil, about 1.3 gallons. That's light fuel oil is used in liquid fuel burning equipment to produce heat in domestic and small commercial spaces. Hydrocarbon, about 0.9 of a gallon. So very small amounts of that. Hydrocarbon gas liquids like propane and butane that power vital utilities, water heating systems to stovetops. Yeah, it's also part of everyday items, things like plastics, synthetic rubber, paints, solvents. Then you've got that last 10% of the barrel, which translates to about 4.6 gallons of all the other stuff. Things that are blended with other fuels to create finished fuel products. Residual fuels, as they call it. Looking at tires, lights, candles, paint, I guess, ink for your pens. It's just, what all can you make out of a barrel? A lot of stuff. It's not just the gas. It's not just your diesel fuel. Yeah, about 24 past the hour. Philip got you coming up after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, the story actually went on down to say the idea of completely replacing the multifaceted black gold oil that is in a barrel of oil is not possible. It's not possible. As electrification continues and maybe we find alternatives to petrochemical materials, we might at least be able to reduce our dependence on burning fossil fuels. But it ain't happening anytime soon. As much as you want to push for electrification and electric cars, the need is still there. The day Joe Biden signed off on his executive orders shutting down the pipeline, nothing changed as far as the demand for those refined products anywhere in the world. I mean, technically, you look at the amount of electrification. California has the highest percentage of electric vehicles, right? Skyrocketing sales of electric vehicles. It hasn't curbed petroleum consumption. Places like Norway, California, China. I mean, as you continue to have the global economy reopening, it's only going to increase petroleum consumption, they explain. I don't know, maybe that's the goal of what they've got going right now, to shut it all down. Hey, Philip, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Bob. Hey, Steve, do you have a Zippo lighter, man?
I got a bunch of them.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, your Zippo lighter fuel price just went up, man, because you were talking about naphtha. That's the main thing you got in your lighter fluid for your Zippo lighter, so that lighter fluid's gone up. So you're going to have to go to those throwaway ones, man. Get rid of them Zippos, man.
I hadn't filled my Zippos in a while. I hadn't filled them in a while, but yes, I got a whole bunch that on hand if I need them.
Yeah, you might. And you were talking about butane. Well, there goes your throwaway. So you got your throwaway prices are going to go up. And it seems like to me, I don't know if it's me or not, but Tesla, all these powering stations that these cars go to at Wawa and all these different places that have them now. Shoot, they've even got them at Target now in Daytona Beach, Florida. They got a Tesla charging station. Seems like to me they're hooked up to the conventional power that we get from our power plants, which are, some of them are powered by diesel and natural gas. So you're not going to get away from it. I mean, there's no way to get away from oil or fossil fuel. I mean, you look at a lot of those Tesla powering stations, they have a big old cat generator there at some of them that provides power, but they hooked up on diesel. So it's, I don't know. Seems like to me, have you seen too many of them solar farms by any of those charging stations for them Teslas?
Yeah,
have you seen any of that?
Can't say that I have, no.
No, I mean, but as far as the stuff that was said earlier about the biological stuff, and I'll get going real quick here, but that biological stuff, every country has developed it. And if we wanted to spread accusations like Russia's spreading, we could spread accusations about China after what we've went through in the last 2.5 years.
Yep.
So don't play that game with me about them accusations. You're just trying to spur us in. That's all you're trying to do. So with that, Bud, I'll catch you later. You have a good one.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Have a great day. Be safe out there. Eskimo Mom sent me a Dumbass of the Week nominee. It's actually on a local level here in Southwest Ohio. See, karma's a you-know-what. And patience. Patience, my friend. In this case, they had no patience, but two hurt, one with serious injuries. Crash on I-75 southbound Wednesday morning, according to state troopers, about 6:40 a.m. between East Dixie Drive and State Route 725 exits. A purple Ford Focus, driven by 31-year-old Donnie Wilson of Dayton, was traveling south behind a truck that was driving slower. Probably a governed truck, right? And he had the brilliant idea, I'm going to pass him on the right shoulder. Oh, but he had no idea there was a broken down vehicle on that right shoulder. Big mistake. Crashing into the back of a red Chevy Malibu driven by 66-year-old Susan Henney that was broke down, parked on the right shoulder. The crash sent Henney's car actually into the truck and trailer that he was trying to pass. Suffering serious injuries, transported to a nearby hospital. Wilson attempted to run from the scene but didn't make it far because of a leg injury he suffered in the crash. He was taken to Kettering Health Miamisburg, non-life-threatening injuries. Troopers did not indicate if Wilson would be facing any charges or citations. The driver of the truck, identified as 65-year-old Paul Loshi, not injured, but that shut the highway down for about 90 minutes until the left lane was able to reopen a little before 8 in the morning. It's about 9 before they got things fully reopened. But yeah, a lot of people, I suppose, don't realize many of these trucks out there today are governed. If they're doing 63 and that's all they're doing, that's probably the best they can do, right? Hey there, heat wave. Does that sound familiar? We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is warning of the potential for Russia to use chemical weapons in Ukraine after Moscow alleged the U.S. is housing biological weapons in Ukrainian territory. Psaki called the claim from Russia preposterous. She also warned it could serve as a pretext for the Russians to deploy chemical weapons in their assault on Ukraine. In Washington, D.C. earlier today,
Hi, Secretary Granholm. Sorry about that. Sorry. Is there any talk about bringing Iran back to the table because of gas prices?
That's the sound of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm seemingly startled by a group of reporters on Wednesday, then walking past them and evading their questions about the rising price of gas. One aide blocked a reporter's camera with a folder. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey friends, John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energize Health. Come on, you've heard about us on Newsmax Television, on Wayne Allen Route. We have helped tens of thousands of people all across America and around the world to lose fat, to reverse every disease you can imagine. High blood pressure, diabetes, Meniere's disease, arthritis. Come on, you can get healthy this year. And because you're associated with war, you get a 40% discount. Are you kidding me? We only do that because we love Wayne Allen Root and he loves you. So you just have to take an action step. Be a beautiful, beloved skeptic, but go log on to EnergizeHealth.com. Look at testimonials just like you. Do your research. Listen to Dr. Brian Taylor. Log on EnergizeHealth.com and change your life in 2022.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, that would be me. And good to have you on board. OvernightDriveRadio.com, TNCRadio.live. Yeah, but get right back to the phones here. It's been a fairly busy morning. Hey there, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Man, you've had a bunch of baloney going on this morning there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I sent you an article there, email on this Ohio bodybuilding contest started by Arnold Schwarzenegger. They stand up there and slap each other in the face. Maybe that's the way we need to fight our wars. We'll send old Joe Biden over there, and him and Vladimir can just slap the hell out of each other, right?
Slap boxing.
That might be a good idea. Yep.
With that wreck of shampoo there, after they rinse it all off, you'll at least have a clean highway, right?
Oh, boy, where's Joe Biden when you need him? He could be out there smelling that. Gee, your hair smells terrific.
Oh, yeah, I know that's right. Well, I didn't see the price of fuel go down any there.
Yeah,
well. Number 2 diesel Tuesday morning was $4.85.9 over in Texarkana, Texas. When I stopped and fueled up this morning, it was $5.20.9. So that didn't look like no going down to me.
It was
one good thing about it,
it was just the price. Just the price per barrel went down. The price per barrel dropped by $15. Now, that should translate to the prices coming down a bit. It's.
Oh yeah, anything will help us there, right? Well, one thing about it, the higher that price goes, we'll all start losing weight because we won't be able to afford to eat as much, right?
Right.
Yeah, so we might just get some exercise in at that point. You reckon Target would get mad if I rode my horse up there and just let it mow their grass for free while I was inside shopping?
That would work.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, save on that gas too. So, anyway, that's going to be all my bull on this morning after last night blowing that steer tire out and sitting on the road for 9.5 hours, getting all fixed back up and stuff. And they sent the bill to the tire manufacturer. I only had 17,355 miles on this truck when that steer tire just separated last night. The treads and everything was still wrapped around the axles. See?
Wow.
But so I was quite a ride at 70 miles an hour. It wasn't no boom, no blowout. It just separated. So I guess they'll get their money back, all that. Just to get a tire and a wheel out there was $2,100. I was like, man, you have got to be kidding me. So Michelin can take care of that little number. All right, well, that's all of my baloney for this morning there. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products there. Teaching the Eliminator, Everyday Diesel. If you come out of jail, I'll probably need that this weekend since we're getting 3 inches of snow there, and buy some of them Steve Sommers overnight drive products too there. Baseball cap, travel mugs, and all you women buy t-shirts. I like seeing Steve's name in the bright lights there. Y'all have a good morning, Steve, and we'll put spoke on you tomorrow.
Have a great morning there, Knuckle Buster. Yeah, speaking of a little bit of snow this weekend, we do have a system that's actually bringing some snow as we speak. Haven't talked much about that yet, have we? Winter storm warnings for much northern half of Kansas, southernmost reaches of Nebraska, back into eastern Colorado and northwest and north central portions of even Missouri under winter storm warnings, and all surrounding that lighter accumulations where you've got winter weather advisories. Let me just zoom in here to check in on maybe like out of Kansas. This is actually the Weather Service office in Hastings, Nebraska. How much are we talking about? Winter storm warnings in effect till the noon hour today. 5 to 7 inches, heavy snow. Although the presence of narrow, heavier bands will result in noticeable differences over short distances. Portions of north central Kansas, extreme south central Nebraska, counties along the Kansas border. So blowing and drifting snow, winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Move on down to the next advisory. Who's this one for? Again, north central Kansas. That's the same zone. How about some other areas? 5 to 7 inches. That looks like the rule of thumb in all these areas with the winter storm warnings in place. All right, let me get back to, I'm not seeing a name. Somebody wanting to talk about Ukraine. Who we got on the line? Uber
there's something that there's something that ain't nobody talks about. In 1996, Ukraine had a bunch of, when the Soviet Union broke up, they had a bunch of nuclear missiles over there. While the United States and England got together with Ukraine and signed a thing that they would help protect Ukraine if Russia ever invaded them, if they tried to, if they give back the nukes to Russia. Well, Bill Clinton was president in 1996. So now that Russia has invaded Ukraine, why ain't we protecting them? You know, why are they hesitating on sending missiles and stuff over there?
Because we don't want World War III to officially be, a nuclear war. They're not a part of NATO. There were no signed agreements for the U.S. to protect. Well, that's what I'm saying. There is no signed agreement with the Ukraine to protect them.
Okay. I was talking with Minister about it. He's no longer a minister. He's a reverend because he gets a bigger tax break on it. But he said that back in Helsinki when Trump met with Putin and there wasn't nobody in the room, that they tore up with Putin about that. Ain't that what you call a conspiracy theory? If nobody was in the room, nobody knows what was said. Yeah. Well, don't they have a problem with us talking about conspiracy theories all the time? But that's all I had to say.
Well, I'm looking here, Ed, and I see what you're talking about. Where yes, they were the home of thousands of nuclear weapons at one point in time. So I'm gonna let me go through that. I wasn't aware of any sort of actual written agreement. Was it maybe more like what do you call it? A handshake, a gentleman's agreement kind of thing? Let's see here. This from just a couple of days ago, February 27, as a matter of fact. All right. At one point in time, home to thousands of nuclear weapons stationed by the Soviet Union, inherited by the Ukraine at the end of the Cold War when they became independent. At one point, they were the third largest nuclear arsenal on Earth. During an optimistic moment in the early 90s, leadership made what today seems like a fatal decision to disarm the country and abandon those terrifying weapons in exchange for guarantees from the international community ensuring their future security. Now, were those signed guarantees? If we just, The decision to disarm at the time was a means of ensuring Ukraine's security through agreements with the international community, which was exerting pressure on the issue rather than through the more economically and politically costly path of maintaining its own nuclear program. Fast forward today, Ukraine being swarmed by heavily armed invading troops, bristling with weaponry and little prospect of defense from its what used to be friends abroad. Today, that decision looks like it was a bad idea. Nations that sacrifice their nuclear deterrence in exchange for promises of international goodwill are often signing their own death warrants. In a world today bristling with weapons, the potential to end human civilization, non-proliferation itself is a morally worthwhile and necessary goal, but the experience of countries that actually have disarmed is likely to lead more of them to conclude otherwise in the future. The betrayal of Ukrainians cannot be understated. It says here, in 1994, the government signed signed a memorandum that brought its country into the Global Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty while formally relinquishing its status as a nuclear state. The text of that agreement stated, in exchange for this step, the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America reaffirm their obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of Ukraine. Their territorial integrity has not been much respected since that time. First, you go to the annexation of Crimea in 2014. No real international response. Ukraine's leaders had already begun to think twice about the virtues of that agreement they had signed just 2 decades earlier. And today they are pretty damn bitter about it. They spoke to a former defense minister of Ukraine who said that we gave away the capability for nothing. And now every time somebody offers us to sign a strip of paper, the response is, thank you very much. We already had one of those some time ago. Ukrainians are not the only ones who've come to regret signing away their weapons. You had Muammar Gaddafi, who made that surprise announcement that his nation would abandon their nuclear program and chemical weapons in exchange for normalization with the West. They stand as one of the few countries to have voluntarily abandoned their weapons of mass destruction programs. It was Gaddafi's leap of faith. They kept moving forward, signed on to an additional protocol of the International Atomic Energy Agency, allowing for extensive international monitoring. In return, sanctions against the country were lifted. Relations between D.C. and Tripoli, kind of severed during the Cold War, were actually reestablished. All seemed to be going well. Then came the Arab Spring uprising, which we well know. Gaddafi found the same world leaders who had ostensibly become his economic partners and diplomatic allies, were suddenly providing decisive military aid to his opposition, even cheering on his own death. Okay. I have not, you're right, I haven't heard that discussed. I mean, all I've heard is the fact that they are not a part of NATO, not a part of the European Union. All right, about 6 before the hour. Hey, a valid point you brought up there, Uber Ed. Big Sexy, what's going on this morning?
Yeah, it does sound like he has a valid point, don't it?
Yeah.
Nobody else is going to trust that to be done anymore, are they? You learn your lesson? Looks like we got some winter weather coming this weekend.
Yeah, the next storm system, it's going to get cold way down there in your neck of the woods again.
Yeah, they're calling for snow late Friday afternoon. And I have to run Saturday morning, so I'll have to be out in it. I'll be glad when this stuff's over with.
You're
tired of it already.
You're ready for spring? Yeah, I've had enough of winter, that's for sure.
I don't know. I don't know if spring's going to be any better. It ain't. The weather around here has been terrible for the last 6 months. You know what December was like around here?
Mm-hmm.
And then we've had, this will be the third bout with winter weather. Normally we don't get hardly anything, That's unusual for us to get it like that. I think whoever's messing with the controls of the thermostat needs to quit.
Yeah, well, who was it the other day?
Knucklebusters behind that.
Somebody said Mother Nature's going through menopause or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. I wish she'd get over it. But no, that's all I had. I was thinking along the same line he was. I thought that had happened, but I wasn't going to mention it because I wasn't sure. And if he got in there before I did mention it. So, but I'll back out here and let you get on with the rest of the show.
All right. Well, good to hear from you this Thursday morning. Hadn't heard from you all week. I guess everything else been going all right, just plugging away?
Yeah, I just hadn't been, I don't have much to say. I hadn't been calling to, but I wanted to check in, it's not, completely. I am listening. It's not like I'm not listening to you, Steve. I am listening.
Okay, that's good.
I may not call every night, but I'm listening.
That's what counts. All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Have a good night. Thanks.
I did have a question for you.
Yes.
I did have a question for you.
Yes. Go ahead.
What are you going to do about the show while you're at the truck show? Are you going to broadcast live every night, or are you going to record during the day and play it back at night, or what?
We will actually be, broadcasting live through the same venue, like, overnight drive on. You can listen during, like, your smartphone and all that during the day, and then that's going to be, like, replayed from midnight to 5 where we would normally run. So you can catch us actually live from the show or hear what happened live from the show that night.
Oh, okay. All right. I was wondering about that. I knew the show was on from midnight to 5, and of course the truck show ain't going to be going on between that time. Everybody's going to be in bed. So
right. Yeah, I think the schedule is we're going to be.
All right. Well, I'll let you go.
We will be live from noon to 5 Thursday and Friday, and then 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. on Saturday, because the show wraps up at 4 o'clock Saturday. But yeah, we'll be live in those slots, then again played back from the midnight to 5 Eastern time. A little different than we've ever done in the past, and I don't know, see if I can handle actually being live from Louisville. It'd be different. All right, haven't really touched on it. Got a couple minutes before we hit our news update, top of the hour. People's Convoy. Update from this past day. Canceled their previously scheduled lap around the Beltway Wednesday because of the weather, rain. Yes, you don't want to cause accidents, right? But organizers say they were pleased with Tuesday's meeting with senators. Of course, that was the meeting Ron Johnson and Ted Cruz, voicing frustrations over the mandates. A little time later, you had the group of protesters that met with, it was Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Thomas Massey. They held what they called a trucker roundtable there on Capitol Hill. So I guess technically, I thought that meeting there was Wednesday, but no, both of those. I got to tune in to the first one with Ron Johnson and Ted Cruz. And right after that, Brian Bass, the guy that was kind of the leader, was saying, looks like we may have another meeting, which I guess that's what took place later on that afternoon there, Tuesday. The response that they've got from the likes of Ted Cruz and Johnson, Cruz, said, your stories are powerful, and the politicians, the petty tyrants, they need to hear, and frankly, they need to leave you the hell alone. That was a quote from Cruz. That pleased the convoy organizers. We're going to keep doing what we're doing until we start getting more meetings like we just had. Our demands, if you want to say, have been pretty clear. End the state of emergency, end the vaccine mandates, and let's start holding both our elected and unelected officials accountable for their actions that led to this. Cruz said they want the government to leave them the hell alone. They want the mandates, the emergency ended. That's what they're demanding in these meetings. These meetings are how you get these things done. We should vote on it. We should end the emergency. We voted 2 weeks ago on ending the mask mandates, and I had an amendment to end the vaccine mandates for kids. Ted said, referencing his January attempt to block the Washington, D.C. vaccine mandate in schools. But we need to get this done because it's the right thing to do. now that the group has the ear, at least of several state senators. Brass said that directing their efforts maybe at the state level may be the next step if the federal government fails to follow through and meet their demands. If we don't start gathering any traction on federal grounds and while still staying where we are, I believe a call to action may be necessary to push into the states and help the states pressure the federal government. People's Convoy update still there. Don't know if they're planning a loop around the Beltway today. But they're still gathered at the Speedway. And I did share a couple of video links of what's the guy's name? Kansas spelled backwards. Sasnak, S-A-S-N-A-K. Yeah, he's one of those he actually got to drive the lead truck in that loop around the Beltway on Tuesday because the other leaders were gathered, meeting with Ted Cruz and Ron Johnson and whatnot. But a couple of nearly 1 hour long videos once they all got back to the Speedway. They're in Hagerstown. They had a bunch of speakers. And if you haven't seen, it's a pretty damn impressive crowd still there in Hagerstown after all these days. Lots and lots. It ain't no small fringe group of truckers gathered there. Very impressed. We return for our final hour after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is warning of the potential for Russia to use chemical weapons in Ukraine after Moscow alleged the U.S. is housing biological weapons in Ukrainian territory. Psaki called the claim from Russia preposterous. She also warned it could serve as a pretext for the Russians to deploy chemical weapons in their assault on Ukraine. In Washington, D.C. earlier today,
Hi, Secretary Granholm. Sorry about that. Sorry. Is there any talk about bringing Iran back to the table because of gas prices?
That's the sound of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm seemingly startled by a group of reporters on Wednesday, then walking past them and evading their questions about the rising price of gas. One aide blocked a reporter's camera with a folder. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Allen Root, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Plans to build a rocket launch pad in Georgia are not going to get off the ground.
A Camden County, Georgia plan to build a rocket launch pad for sending satellites into space got rejected by a large number of voters Tuesday in a referendum forced by opponents. They feared the project would pose safety and environmental risks that outweighed any profits. Camden County officials who spent a decade and $10.3 million pursuing the spaceport seem determined to push on in court. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Republican National Committee is suing the congressional panel investigating the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, and it's seeking to block its subpoena of an RNC vendor. In the lawsuit, the RNC alleges the House Select Committee's subpoena of its donor information known as Salesforce went overboard with seeking sensitive data. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Student loan debt may be a thing of the past for those who qualify. John Hunt reports.
The Department of Education said that it has so far identified over 100,000 borrowers who are eligible for student debt cancellation due to changes the agency made to the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program back in October. The cancellations for those people are expected to total $6.2 billion in federal student debt relief. Not all of the eligible borrowers have been notified of their debt relief yet. They're being notified on a rolling basis. The announcement marks the latest effort by the Biden administration to make it easier for some borrowers to qualify for loan forgiveness under existing programs, however, still falls short of the president's campaign pledge to support canceling $10,000 each for all of the roughly 43 million people who hold federal student loan debt.
Attorneys for 4 men charged with planning to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer are telling jurors they were swayed by informants and federal agents who targeted them for their anti-government views. The attorneys have portrayed the men as big talkers and wannabes, while one has been characterized as a misfit manipulated by an FBI informant. Prosecutors argue the men planned to kidnap Governor Whitmer over her pandemic restrictions and went well beyond simply talking. And actor Jussie Smollett is returning to a Chicago courtroom for sentencing after a staged attack conviction. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Final hour. Okay, here we go. I got my homework assignment there from the Flatlander. So link some of the documents that are showing U.S. involvement in the quote bio labs in Ukraine. It's like archived documents. Things that pop up on the internet and, you try to scrub things, but somebody's already saved it somewhere. These are like out of the archives. So he wants me to do some research. Do your homework, Steve. Then, yes, Sylvester, got your links here. Links, great analysis and information about what's really going on in Ukraine. Then I was trying to share the story. I could not find a link to share it. One that I just talking about the Ukrainians giving up their nuclear weapons and supposedly had agreements with the United States and the rest of the West, as they call it. And when you say you're going to protect them, so here's the question, I guess. Does that mean you're going to protect them with actual military forces on the ground? All I could figure is what this administration and the European Union, they're doing what we're doing our best by leveling all these sanctions and trying to back Russia into a corner. And yeah, we are sending them various, I think, Patriot missiles, supposedly Patriot defense batteries arriving there. Yeah, we're seeing them sending anti-tank weapons and all that stuff, but some air defense weapons to possibly shoot down Russian jets. But what's his name? I know we don't oftentimes do not agree with one Lindsey Graham, but he pretty much, he said, give them the damn jets. Yeah, we had this deal, Poland, in the Biden administration. Lindsey said they're playing hot potato with the jets for Ukraine's air defense, which she says is proving Biden's weakness to stand up to Putin. And I quote, all of a sudden, Poland giving fighter jets to the Ukrainians that they can fly, that's all of a sudden a problem. Now, they were all for Poland doing it. And Poland, I guess you could say, is calling America's bluff. Give them the damn jets. He has repeatedly called for Russia to stage a coup against Putin, up to, including assassination. Said the world needs to stand up to this attempt to reconstitute the old Soviet Union. Now, he stopped short of U.S. involvement. I'm not asking for no-fly zones, but I'm asking to give jets to the Ukrainian pilots who are willing to fly them. Zelensky and the Ukrainian people are fighting for their freedom, and they will fight to the death. This is not about NATO being near Russia. This is about Russia under Putin's control trying to reconstruct the Soviet Union. If you don't get that, you're not listening to what he's actually saying. Moldova could be next. Then he'll move into the Baltics. We've got to stop him in the Ukraine. All right, what's the rub? Many, I guess our intelligence community, this is what they're saying, providing jets and air bases to Ukrainian pilots would violate Putin's red line on NATO intervention into this so-called special military operation. Yeah, Lindsey said the jets and the air bases are the least America can do. But this administration refuses to take that step. No American ground forces. But we do need to help Ukraine where we can. Yeah, Poland said the planes are available, that the Ukrainians can fly. And the Biden administration is being pretty consistent. Every time there's a challenge, they fail. Now, you look back, former President Trump, he did send Ukraine lethal aid. But this administration is backing down to Putin's warning against NATO defending Ukraine's sovereignty. It makes zero sense. We're sending in javelins. Trump did this, right? Anti-tank missiles. We're sending in Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. Trump did this. We're sending ammo. We're sending guns. But all of a sudden, Poland giving fighter jets that the Ukrainians can fly becomes a problem. Everybody's walking on eggshells, I guess. That's the only way you could explain it. Back to the phones. Would that be Vic by chance?
Yeah. Thanks for reading my email. It seems to kind of cause some confusion there. I'm not justifying what Putin did. As I said, what he did was foolish. But you can look and see where there were all kinds of red lines there. They know that's a sore point with Russia. And I guess Tucker Carlson and Dick Morris, they have a little bit of a feud going along the same line. And what is interesting about that is that Dick Morris was there in the Clinton administration. You remember him being an advisor to Bill Clinton?
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. You remember that? Okay. Well, it was during the Clinton administration that Yeltsin and him had several rather heated arguments over NATO expansion, and some of those archives are now being released. They had to get a Freedom of Information Act, and so it's not only Putin, but it was also Yeltsin that felt that as the Soviet Union was breaking up and becoming the Confederation of Independent States and the whole Warsaw Pact, that they felt that the United States and the Western powers was trying to move in and basically take advantage of them at a weak point. And so then that's whenever Putin was also having his rise to power. And he did all that from president to prime minister and back and forth. So he's been around, for about 20, 25 years now as the head of Russia. But you're mentioning the biowarfare thing and the non-Lugar Treaty, which was called the Cooperative Threat Reduction thing. That's been modified, and in 2018, the Kremlin said they wouldn't honor the Cooperative Threat Reduction, and those bio labs were in that too. You said somebody gave you your homework. If you want to just follow the Cooperative Threat Reduction Treaty or the non-Lugar Treaty and all that history, if you want more homework, and you will see what we're talking about. But the thing of it is, whenever the NATO talked to Georgia, the country of Georgia, about joining, then that's whenever Putin moved on them. And the whole Crimea thing, that came about in, 2014 there, whenever he took over the Crimean Peninsula. So my point is this: we know that's a red line to them. That's an irritation to them. And there is another avenue. It's called I think it's the Office of Security and Cooperation for Europe. That's a United Nations area, and it's supposed to use diplomacy. Now, as we're looking at it right now, and we see we're not going to go full bore and protect Ukraine and challenge Russia, if we're not going to use all of our military power, then we should have put more thought into our diplomatic efforts. And that was the point that I was trying to make. They should have toned everything down and basically pointed out to Putin, if you go ahead with this and you challenge them, this will be what will probably happen to you, and it won't be good for you, because this gets into international law. But Russia is going to be held accountable for an awful lot of damage in Ukraine if they fail. And a lot of those countries owe Russia a lot of money. So I imagine those debts will be wiped out under war reparations, just as a start. And the other part of it is the EU, the European Union part. I don't know if you remember the Maginski Act that caused a lot of confusion there with the Trump administration, and that gal that met with Don Jr. In the Trump Towers that caused all the problems. But anyway, that all came about because of an individual named Bill Browder, and Bill Browder's out there pushing the EU thing. Well, Bill Browder's grandfather was Earl Browder. He was chairman of the American Communist Party until 1952, and Stalin got mad at him because he said he was too weak. He needed to cause more confusion in America. But Earl Browder, he was the one that invented something to do with oil. And Russia, or what's called Soviet Union then, it was Russia, when they were going through their communist revolution there, the Red-White War that went on for about 15 years, he basically found that Russia would buy that from him for the oil and made him a very wealthy person. Well, when the Soviet Union broke up, Bill Browder went back over to the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact nations and started something called Hermitage Capital. Well, Putin and other people believed that Hermitage Capital was a front for British and American intelligence. So now then you look at Putin, you've got people talking about Ukraine joining NATO and join EU, and that's being pushed by Bill Browder because Bill Browder's company, Hermitage Capital, was taken over by Putin and the oligarchs. So there are a lot of things going on here in the mix, and my point was simply this. We knew, or we should have known, that if we went ahead with this with Ukraine and kept pushing this NATO membership and EU membership, that was going to be a triggering point for Putin. Wise or not, that was going to be a triggering point. And quite simply, we should have went to Ukraine and said, we need to sit down and think about this and work this out. And the European Union or the common market, they're a financial basket case right now anyway, and they can't take any more. If Ukraine couldn't contribute to them and Ukraine was going to be an expense, a liability, rather than an asset, the EU probably wouldn't have accepted them anyway. And they're the same way with NATO. You mentioned the jets. What that meant was that Ukraine would have to give up all their old Soviet jets and start buying basically American jets. And the deal with Poland is they'll give up their MiG-29s if we'll give them F-16.
We're going to give you, I did see that we're either going to pay for or give them or replace their planes, right? That was the idea?
That's correct. So, like I said, I don't know. Putin, being a former KGB person, I thought he would have had a little bit more intelligence than that and selected that. But who knows? These dictators always get paranoid, and they lose all sense of reasoning. So who knows? Exactly what the triggering point was. But we knew that we were, for lack of a better term, was triggering the bear, and so. We know their feelings very well. And again, going back to the Clinton administration, before we had the International Space Station, there was Mir's, the Soviet thing, and Skylab, which was ours. Well, they decided to combine those two, or the two programs, not the two space stations, to start the International Space Station. And NASA said, we don't want Russian technology. It's antiquated, Well, apparently, again, during the Clinton administration, that was pushed more as a diplomatic thing than a technological thing. So, like I said, there was a lot that went on in the Clinton administration and with Elsa that they still don't want to release. You have to follow Freedom of Information Act to get all the information about it. But that's when the Nunn-Lugar thing, the cooperative threat reduction, and all this other went on, and that has been changed. So, why Putin chose to think that he was going to get away with taking the whole country of Ukraine back, it really surprised me. That I thought he would stop with those two regions. What was it? The separatist regions. That they really, I thought, what? If the guy's smart, he would just stop there, and just use the political thing. But for whatever reason, he decided to go on into the whole Ukraine thing. And then that, I'm kind of mystified by all that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on there that if he fails, he's going to be in big trouble. And that kind of frightens me a little bit because I'm not sure what he might do when he's really cornered and realizes
the bear,
what he has done.
Backed into a corner.
We're going out here.
Is he going to push a button, in other words, right? Will he push a button? If I'm going out in a blaze of glory.
Well, they said today that the cooling systems at Chernobyl, that old Chernobyl plant, had actually shut down. I don't know if they got them going again or not, but if that thing explodes, and there are so many decommissioned nuclear subs that still have the nuclear reactors, sitting close to waters. Actually, we have some at Hartford, at the old Hartford nuclear base out there on the West Coast. just firing a missile into one of those is going to release a lot of radiation. It won't explode, but it's going to release a lot of radiation. So, who knows what, if madman gets started. But the big thing is there was another channel there, the United Nations, with the Office of Security and I think it's called Security and Cooperation for Europe, that should have been basically that's the one that they should have been going down that route, get things cooled down. And maybe if we could have given Putin a little bit more time and made him think about what he was getting ready to do, we wouldn't be looking at the situation that we're in now. So I just wanted to clarify that, I'm not trying to justify Putin, but
gotcha.
And again, to totally switch gears on you here, but you're familiar with the Hatfield-McCoy feud? I'm taking it most people are.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the Hatfields and McCoy actually got along, but there was a lawyer there, and they were both quite wealthy, but there was a lawyer there by the name of Higginbotham, and he's the one that kept that feud going. So when you think about the deal over there are people that want to keep these feuds going around the world because they're making money from them. And exactly, like I said, I know one of them is this Bill Browder. I mean, he was the wealthiest person after the Cold War, and then Putin took his company. He wants his company back, and he can get it through the EU. So,
oh boy!
With that,
all right. Thank you much, Vic. A couple of minutes before news break there. One other question. What happens when Russia defaults, which it appears that's inevitable? They're saying next week. The ratings agency Fitch on Tuesday said Russian default on its national debts is imminent. Citing a recent decree by Putin allowing certain foreign debts to be paid off in the plummeting ruble, which is right now worth less than 0.8 of a cent. A ruble not even worth a penny. More generally, the further ratcheting up of sanctions and things that are limiting trade and energy, increasing the possibility of a policy response by Russia that includes at least selective non-payment of its sovereign debt obligations. Putin's decree allows public and private entities in Russia to pay back debt in rubles if the debt is owed to a creditor from, quote, countries that engaged in hostile activities. That list includes Japan, the United States, and European Union member states. And there's more to come, right? Looks like the Russian government has $117 million in bonds debts due March 16th. Analysts fear a payment in rubles could trigger a credit default swap. There's another $65 million due the following week. So here we are, the 10th of March, 6 days from now. And again, what unfolds between now and then? We'll come back with more after a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is warning of the potential for Russia to use chemical weapons in Ukraine after Moscow alleged the U.S. is housing biological weapons in Ukrainian territory. Psaki called the claim from Russia preposterous. She also warned it could serve as a pretext for the Russians to deploy chemical weapons in their assault on Ukraine. In Washington, D.C. earlier today,
Hi, Secretary Granholm. Sorry about that. Sorry. Is there any talk about bringing Iran back to the table because of gas prices?
That's the sound of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm seemingly startled by a group of reporters on Wednesday, then walking past them and evading their questions about the rising price of gas. One aide blocked a reporter's camera with a folder. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey friends, John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energize Health. Come on, you've heard about us on Newsmax Television, on Wayne Allen Route. We have helped tens of thousands of people all across America and around the world to lose fat, to reverse every disease you can imagine. High blood pressure, diabetes, Meniere's disease, arthritis. Come on, you can get healthy this year. And because you're associated with WAR, you get a 40% discount. Are you kidding me? We only do that because we love Wayne Allen Root and he loves you. So you just have to take an action step. Be a beautiful, beloved skeptic, but go log on to EnergizeHealth.com. Look at testimonials just like you. Do your research. Listen to Dr. Brian Taylor. Log on EnergizeHealth.com and change your life in 2022.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And a couple of other industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life this past day. A semi-truck ended up overturned across the highway in Virginia after a run-in with, they believe it's a motorist that fell asleep behind the wheel. Springfield, Virginia, southbound I-95. And it was all caught on a dash cam. A white SUV can be seen just slowly drifting into the path of the oncoming truck that was hauling a Costco trailer. The SUV then knocks into the semi-truck and sends it skidding onto the shoulder. Then it veers back across the highway. The rig then overturns, ends up blocking multiple lanes of traffic, throwing up sparks, sliding down the highway. After seeing the video, it looks to me like the driver of the big rig obviously tried to, swerve a bit, avoid, like running over the SUV or whatever the case might be. I kind of question. I know I've heard Big Moose giving the advice. You ever heard him say, maintain your lane? He says that, and he's said that many a times. Maintain your lane. If someone's going to screw up, that's not your fault. Maintain your lane. All right, another accident separately. Multi-vehicle crash shutting down Interstate 81 Wednesday morning. This was Rockbridge County, southbound Interstate 81 near the 198-mile marker. 4 tractor trailers and 4 passenger vehicles ultimately involved. Now, that crash that killed one and spilled debris all over the highway. Going back, about 9:45 yesterday morning, it was closed for hours, a substantial amount of time. No information in regards to the condition of the others involved in the wreck, just the one fatality. All right, and back to our calls this morning, the CNI dog. Morning, CNI.
Good morning. On I-57, around the 229-mile marker, there was a big truck accident. A buddy saw it, and he said that the cab was twisted up so bad that they don't think the guy came out alive. I don't know for sure, though. I think that was on Tuesday. You could probably look that one up. Near Champaign.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, once again, I've covered it before, but the drive cam and the radar on the truck forces us to change lanes way ahead of time, and it creates a gap in front of our vehicle. I see countless cars going around us on the right and slicing in between us at the last minute all the time. I'm thinking that they should take that fancy camera and start taking pictures and sending those videos to the authorities and letting the authorities talk to the people who do bad driving skills around trucks.
Mm-hmm.
And, say, hey, you got to quit this or we're going to have to do something more about it. What else do I want to say? I like your Hot Shot Secret commercial and the one that says powered by science. And I also like when Dean Michaels says you need professional help. And I'm thinking about your guy who called in earlier. Was that Wingnut?
Right, Wingnut.
He probably could use some professional help. What do you think? But that's all I got today. Have a great day.
All right, and if you joined us late out there in listener land, hey, it's up and running as we count the countdown clock to the Mid-America Truck Show. And we're going to be giving away several seats. Bostrom, got a Bostrom wide ride. There's a pro ride, and the other is a national seating. It's a Corsair seat. We'll have them in our booth there at the Mid-America Truck Show. But we opted to say not everybody can make it to Louisville. Go to overnightdriveradio.com/contests, and the registration page is up and running. I'm looking here at the count. I mean, this seat's it's like an $1,800 seat, okay? These things aren't cheap. So it's our listener contest. Just enter your email address or Facebook. Get your name, your phone number, click on enter, and you're in. So one seat to go to our listening audience out there for those who cannot maybe make it into Louisville. Everybody else, obviously, come by the booth and get registered when you are there in person at the Mid-America Truck Show. And if you happen to be a winner and you're going to be there at the show, we'll be happy to let you actually take the seat with you. Take it home on the spot. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. overnightdriveradio.com/contest. All right. Blind man, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. And hi, C&I. I mentioned you on the Chris Plant show, so I did give a shout out to you.
Thank you.
Well, I was listening to Biden the other day, and I can hear it in his voice when he said that gas prices would go higher. He sounds like he's really happy about it. He's gleeful. And I can tell when these leftists lie because they always end their sentence on an uptick. Like, for example, I talked to Chevy Guy the other day. That's how they talk when they're lying.
Oh, okay.
So, another thing. Now I'm hearing talk that the Democrats want to put in a bill giving another stimulus check. This time is to help the poor people pay for their expensive gas. Another way to get more people dependent on the government.
Yeah.
And I'm really sick and tired of these, and I call them watermelons because they're green on the outside, red on the inside. I hope there's going to be a huge red tsunami this November. I'm sure waiting for the primary. And in this state, it's supposed to be June 25th, but the Democrats are gone to court again because they don't like the way the district map was drawn or something like that. And I guess some Republicans are ticked off. So who knows when Maryland's going to have their primary. The whole thing's a mess.
Yeah. Well, blind man, it's good to hear from you. Otherwise, thanks for checking in. I didn't get to actually hear the clip. I read when the president was trying to say, I hate to say it, but prices are going to go higher. But did he sound gleeful? Like as I've been saying, this plays right into their narrative. Not realistically, for those lefty left New Green Deal tree huggers, this is what they wanted. They want prices to be so high that you force yourself, whether you want it or not, to go purchase an electric vehicle or alternative, or maybe have to start taking mass transit because you can't afford to fill your own tank, those sort of things. All right. Good morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation Overdrive. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Somebody please bring on spring. 290 days till Christmas. Thank you. Truck and Phil, good to have you on board. Semper Fi. And let me see here. I think Gary, I got your little message. He said, did I hear something about maybe snow in Cincinnati this weekend? At least as far as the models I'm looking at, Gary, it's depicting more rain and then maybe a changeover to snow, probably less than a half inch for our area. Yeah, Indianapolis, I'm looking for maybe 2 to 3 inches. We're always right on that cutoff line, whether it's coming from the north or the south. So it looks like more of the snow is going to be going to the north of us. And I'll take more of a rain event. We are going to have the freeze up, though, after things wind down. And obviously, that's all subject to change between now and then, because the storm hasn't even developed yet. But that's what the models are depicting. High pressure pumping. What's going on?
Oh, another day in paradise. You mentioned the high numbers of there at the convoy. There's well over 10,000 people there.
Wow.
At Hagerstown, and they're slowly still trickling in every day. A few people might leave because they have to go home, go back to their jobs, but then there's always people coming in to replace them. You mentioned that SAS, the SASNAC, SASNAK. Yeah, he lives in Dallas, Texas, but he was born in Kansas, and so he just flipped Kansas around. But when he first started with the convoy back in Vegas, he only had 1,000 or 2 subscribers. He's well up over 110 because people are following him. Every morning between 8 or 8:30, he always comes on and he live streams the morning meetings, because they have a morning meeting, then they have an evening meeting. The morning meeting, they tell what their plans are for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Then the evening meeting, they tell how their thoughts was for the day. Like Tuesday evening, Brian talked about his thoughts of his meetings with Cruz and then the other people.
Yeah.
Which both those meetings were live streamed through YouTube, which all of a sudden mysteriously you can't find those no more on YouTube, because Tuesday night you took them down.
YouTube said it. I had shared the link because I had watched it and I immediately shared it. And I scrolled down here a little earlier this morning. And I said it violated our terms of whatever
community standards.
Community standards. I was like, what the hell? How did that violate their community standards? What? This is meeting with actual senators of the United States.
They said false, misleading information.
Oh, because they had the doctor talking about the vaccines in that meeting.
Yep.
Wow.
And they were gonna be putting those up on Rumble, which I'm not on Rumble. So if they're up there, I don't know. But in those meetings, the first meeting with Ted Cruz and Johnson, if you didn't catch it, one of the gentlemen on the convoy side, he requested to Cruz and them that they call for another vote for removing all these mandates and stuff.
Yeah.
And then they released the voting of the people so they can see how each person votes.
Yep, right.
And Brian said, we are watching everything now, and if you're not on our side of our liberties, you're fired. We will push for you guys to be fired. Because he said, you guys are forgetting that you work for us.
Yes. Yep. He reiterated that. Yep.
The second meeting, because the Cruz meeting got over with, then they broke for lunch a little bit, and then the second meeting almost got canceled, because when they set these meetings up, it was agreed on that it was going to be live streamed,
so everyone can see,
because they were not going to have they wanted no closed door meetings. They want everything to be seen by the American. They want no secrets, no nothing. And they had that agreement for the second meeting. Well, then when they got there, they didn't want the live person in there. They said, just come on in. We'll just have a little discussion. First, they were just going to turn around and walk away. But then Brian's telling this on the Tuesday evening meeting to tell about the day.
Yep.
He said, okay, we gave him the benefit of a doubt. We walked in, started talking, but then we learned very quick that they were just going to do the common political. This is Republicans in the room. that they were just going to do the common political talk. Well, blah, blah, we can't do nothing right now. So then they were just about ready to step up and walk out. And then the politicians in there recognized that. So then they okayed the camera to come in. So then the camera came in to film all of it or whatever. But the first meeting was a whole lot. I feel a lot more achievable.
Productive.
Okay. Brian, yeah, productive. But Brian said we need to watch our whoever, Republicans or Democrats or whoever.
Yeah.
Because he said there's too many of them got their too cushy jobs, and it's time for them to be removed. But on a Tuesday evening, he put out the call for everybody in attendance to just right now contact all your family and friends back home and start hammering your local people to talk to us, to join us and remind them that they work for us.
Very interesting. Yeah, I saw that when he was explaining that bit about they were ready to walk out of the room. Yeah, because they didn't want the cameras there. And it's kind of surprising. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Getz, and the one other. I don't know why did they. Brian was saying, "Hey, we've got thousands of people here, and we can only bring 5, 8, 10 of them into this conference room. Yeah, they deserve to see what we are saying and what we're discussing in these meetings. We're not going to shut them out. Either everyone gets to see and be a part of this. Why are we even going to talk to you? Well, what is it with wanting to have closed door meetings there in D.C.? All right, we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we are indeed heading down the home stretch here, but let me get over to Rambler. Good morning. You'll get to be our final caller this Thursday.
Well, praise God, Steve. And, man, I tell you what, glad to be back on. I know I've been MIA, missing in action, and I'm glad to be talking to everybody out there. Praise God, I'm alive, I'm well. Get my tail kicked out here on this new route. I tell you, I opened up the roll-up door of this trailer Monday night, and I about wanted to cry. I'm used to just like 4 pallets coming off, and I'm like, man, this whole trailer is loaded from front to back, and I have to unload this whole thing. But, you know, thank God I don't have to do it by hand. It's all electric pallet jack, and everything's palletized, just, you know. And, man, I tell you, I hadn't been to this area since, you know, right after Hurricane Katrina. It's changed so much out here in New Orleans. I got to get used to everything, but praise God, man. I'm just glad I'm back on with you. And, you know, just want to give a shout out to all the Overdrive Night Nation. Praise God. I thank you all for just tuning into Determined Ministries Church. You know, our audience is growing. I don't view it as an audience. It's you know, members, you know, we're growing and the gospel's still getting out there. And I know you got to wrap this show up. I tried calling in a couple of times and I kept on getting the busy signal. And Steve, all I could do is just apply because I missed Overshare Wednesday. And, you know, that's what we were hoping for and praying for, that, you know, we have no pauses. I think I heard you say one time tonight, if we had open lines. That was way when we first started going in. Sound like to me, the lines have been pretty full all night. All right?
We've been pretty packed and stacked this morning, yes. Thank you.
Good. And that's the way it needs to be, God's children. We need to always, I mean, you know, even if you don't get on, you know, call again tomorrow night, you know. And if you ain't never called, call, you know. There might be 500,000 people listening. Don't let that bother you. You know, you're talking directly to Steve. But I know you got to wrap this up. And before I get off here, I will call back in tomorrow night, God's children. You can always find me at Determined Ministries Church if you got prayer requests or anything like that. But I just want to tell you all that I love you. And the reason why I can love you is simply this. Love is just not a four-letter word, God's children. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. God bless you all. Stay safe. Drive safe. I'll catch you tomorrow night. Steve, brother, I love you, man.
Have a great day. Night. All right. We'll look forward to it. And don't forget, out of the box, I think I'll have it correct this time. Sarah Lee with Waypoint Vets will be joining us at the midnight hour to talk about the Veterans Charity Organization as we kick things off for a Friday morning. See you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but